he's got a lot of Suzuki on his tail as well.
150 rounds of heart-stopping action, 29 years of Asia's finest. And now, in the penultimate round of 2025, the stage is set for the battle that could crown new champions. Welcome to the legendary Petronas Sepang International Circuit, a true test of man and machine. 15 turns, 5.543 kilometers, 2 blazing straights, climbs, descents and brutal braking zones. Sepang is where legends are made. In the Underbone 150, Husni Zainal stands on the edge of glory, 78 points clear with just 100 left to play for. A double win here early in the season. Could history repeat itself, and will Husni take the title around early? However, in this unpredictable class, one moment can change it all. In AP 250, it's Fadila Arbi Aditama, back from Moto3 duties and hungry to secure his lead. 37 points ahead, but Yamaha Thailand's Kritapat Kungkum is closing in, eyeing a home race showdown in Buriram. And watch out, Malaysia's own Izam Iqbal and Indonesia's Murabil Vitoni are rewriting the script, both within striking distance in this thrilling title fight. Over in Supersport 600, the chase is on. Muhammad Adinanta Putra leads the charge for Astra Honda, but Yamaha Thailand's Anupap Sarmoon is never one to back down, especially with his home round up next. Add Kasma Daniel into the mix, just 29 points behind, and the stage is set for an explosive finish. And in the ASB 1000, the championship fight is reaching fever pitch. 6 riders, 1 crown. Kito Abe holds the lead, but Hafiz Sharin is closing in fast. And on home soil, the Malaysian hero is ready to ignite the stands, just 11 points between the two of them. Sepang, the proving ground, where speed meets skill, where titles can be won or lost. This is round 5, round 150 in the history books of ARC. This is where destiny takes shape. The Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Sepang. It's crunch time!
Crunch time it is at the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, round 5 around Sepang. Iconic stuff. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell, and it's great to be back in Malaysia, Barry.
It certainly is for the second time, and you can see this mighty Petronas Sepang International Circuit, 5.5 kilometers, 15 turns, 10 right, 5 left.
And conditions today, challenging. It's hot, but there's a little bit of cloud. There's a little bit of humidity in the air. And there's been 1 or 2 incidents this morning which have been difficult to explain.
Yeah, at around an hour ago, rain looked possible. Now it's brightened up, but yeah, we've seen some surprising incidents and offs for the riders.
Maybe pushing a little bit too hard. Right, let's get things underway. TVS Asia 1 make starting grid. Hiroki Ono is the championship leader, but only by 3 points from Sartak Javan, who is down in P4 in this, and Ramdan Rosley is only a further 2 points adrift. So on the opening grid, we've got Hiroki Ono, Ramdan Rosley, and Luis Miguel, the exciting young Spaniard.
And on row 2, we've got Sartak Javan, currently second in the championship. Next to him, fellow Indian, Sharan Vishwanath, and all the way from Halifax in the UK, Harley McCabe.
Hazik Faruz, welcome back. He's missed 4 races through injury, so delighted to have Hazik back on his home circuit. Leandro Paredes from the Philippines, he will start in P8 alongside Hafiz Arofa. Now that is a useful wildcard.
It certainly is. And on row 4, we've got Nixon Frost from New Zealand. Next to him from Australia, Jed Louis filling in for Hunter Corney, and Kanatat Jamin returning from injury starts 12th.
Yeah, indeed. We've had 1 or 2 injuries going on in TVS Asia 1 make this season, so good to see some familiar names back. Very much looking forward to this because it's a 3-way battle for the title. It seemed like Hiroki Ono was going to skate away with it, but then in Mandalika, he came off early, and just managed to salvage 2 points on the second race. It means it's really tight at the top, Barry.
Yeah, and he did well to salvage those 2 points, because with 3 points separating them now, that could just be decisive at the end. And the other thing, Des, is that Luis Miguel won a race last time here at Sepang, so he could get amongst the 3 championship contenders as well.
Indeed he did. He got a P4 and a P1 at Sepang when we visited here in early May. Conditions were similar, it was warm, but here I tell you, there's just this threat of rain either today or tomorrow. We'll keep a very, very close eye on that. Right, about to get underway. TVS Asia One Make Championship, 6 laps of the circuit, and it's a solid start from the man on the right-hand side, Luis Miguel. You just mentioned that he looks like he enjoys Sepang, and he enjoyed that start, Barry.
He did. You see them taking all kinds of lines up to the braking area for turn 1.
Luis Miguel will take the wide corner, but he's been taken by Hiroki Ono, who after what seemed to be a sluggish start got a good acceleration away, and they've just got themselves into good order. But Miguel is really trying to push Ono, and behind them you've got Ramdan Rosley on bike number 2. As always, Ramdan is chasing Hiroki.
And Sartak right behind him. So, according to form, Luis Miguel is in with this front 3 contenders. What can the riders do behind them? Well, number 4 in 5th place is Kiran Vishwanath. Seeing good things from him this season. He needs to try to keep with this front 4.
Keeping with the front 4, keeping with Hiroki Ono is going to be difficult though, because Ono was best part of a second clear, 0.9 seconds faster than Ramdan Rosley in qualification, and that seemed like he was putting a signal out saying, forget Mandalika, forget race 2, I really am the man, that says the defending champion.
That was very much the statement he made, but Ramdan Rosley right in his wheel tracks here, and in fact too close to even stay behind him.
Sartak is there as well.
Yeah, coming up.
Luis Miguel tucks in nicely. I've enjoyed Luis Miguel this season. It's great to see young riders making progress. Also good to see Harley McCabe with his best qualification performance of the season. Disappointment for Rendi, the young Indonesian. Had a crash this morning, is an absentee for this afternoon's race. Hopefully he'll be fit enough to come back onto the grid tomorrow. But these front 5 are pulling away Barry Russell in the early stages.
Yep, and so Chiran is doing well to keep up with them.
Feature of Sepang, these 2 long straights. You can see the heat haze coming up there. It was 48 degrees trackside at the end of qualification this morning.
The track temperature could go above that as we move towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a bit hotter than this yesterday.
Oh, Ramdan. Oh, a little wobble there.
It's cost him a bit, but this 5 staying in a pack. Ono trying to break away. He's got himself into position for the braking area for turn 1. Chiran having a look.
I love that as they cross the start-finish line at the end of the first of 6 laps. Less than 0.2 of a second between P1 and P5.
That's what we like. And leading the rest is Harley McCabe.
Good to see the teenager. Good to see all the young riders getting in. Hafiza Rofa, good to see him as well, but he's a little bit distant. And also very distant was Jed Louis on his debut. There is Louis right at the very tail there. He'll work hard to try and get as close to the front men as he can, but these front men look like they're flying. It is Ono still leading the way.
It's a big ask for the likes of Jed Louis, who first time to this circuit, first time on the TVS bike.
Great experience though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ono leads. It's only Miguel who's been able to go with him. Behind them, like Ford, Vishwanath is leading that trio in the second little battery.
Yeah, now the riders behind need to collaborate to try and stop Hiroki Ono from breaking away, because he does have this imperious look about him. As you said, Des, he wants to, what he wants to say is that Mandalika was an aberration, and I'm back and I'm going to crush the competition.
Prior to that, Ono had 3 straight wins for in total in the season. They've only been off the podium on one occasion before that problem in Mandalika. So as you say, collaboration may well be needed to stop him, but collaboration may not be enough, because he's got himself a decent lead coming down that back straight.
Yeah, it does seem to be scampering clear. That's probably going to be half a second by the time they get to the end of this lap. Here they are at the end of the back straight.
Ramdan again takes that really tight line through, but he lost his back wheel in the first lap. That time it's a little bit more smooth, but it was cautious there from Ramdan. There's a little bit of nervousness around that hairpin at the far end as they come through. It is indeed, you said, half a second. It's 0.628, so you're out by a tenth, Barry. That's the lead.
I said at least half a second. So I was exactly right. So Ramdan in second, but Hiroki Ono trying to scamper away at the front.
Ramdan is the man who's... Oh, Luis Miguel went a little bit wider than he wanted. He'll lose a little bit of time there. Won't get a drive out of that corner. He's holding on, but you don't want to lose time against Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, he lost momentum then. Sartak Chavan tried to take advantage of it, and here he comes. And Sartak moving up into P3.
Chiranth Vishwanath has done well to stay with that group. This is for Chiranth. He has had a podium this season, but he's normally 5 and 6 in the standings.
Yeah, normally among the best of the rest. You're right, Des.
3 is Sartak Chavan. He's the one to keep an eye out for. One of the Indian hopes. They've come over. They've taken to this TVS One Make Championship, and they've certainly added to it. Sartak and Chiranth. But it's, as usual, Ramdan Rosley who is chasing. Luis Miguel looks to have recovered from that little moment as he goes up the hill at turn 9.
Yeah, Sartak looking a little bit frustrated there in P4. Trying to get ahead of his compatriot.
Luis Miguel in there as well. It's Miguel who's causing the problems, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Or are they working together?
I don't think so. I think Sartak's just desperate to get through and consolidate his championship challenge. And Luis Miguel gets out of shape there at the exit to turn 14.
It's twice now. A couple of little mistakes there for Luis Miguel. Maybe a little bit anxious because he can see disappearing over the horizon Hiroki Ono and Ramdan Rosley. Ramdan again takes that tight line.
See as they come out, it looks as though he might have dug into the lead of Hiroki Ono a little bit.
6/10 at the end of the previous lap. At the end of this lap, it is 3/10. You have a good eye, Mr. Russell.
New glasses. So yeah, Ramdan has whittled away that early lead of Hiroki Ono, and he's showing him a front wheel into turn 1.
Well, look at the battle here for P3 as forced to stand up was Chiranth.
Yeah, Sartak, who is just 1 point ahead of Ramdan Rosley. Desperate to get clear of the other two spoilers.
2 seconds down on the front two, though. Tell you, I love Ramdan Rosley. I love the way he refuses to give up. He knows Ono somehow manages to get more out of the TVS. Yeah, Ramdan is always on his back wheel, always chasing. It's been the same story for 2 seasons, 2.5 seasons.
2 incredible seasons, and yeah, can't say enough about the grit as well as the skill of Ramdan Rosley.
The word grit, great word.
Indomitability.
Indomitability, even better. Vocabulary from Mr. Russell, and the lead for Hiroki Ono. Although Ramdan,
Look at this.
he had a little look there.
Yeah, good pressure from Ramdan Rosley on the championship leader, the defending champion Hiroki Ono.
It's the 4th season of the TVS One Make. Theoretically identical bikes. There is a little bit of work, a little bit of change allowed, but for the most part it's similar bikes. It was 3/10, as you said. It's a lot closer now, and Ramdan, well, Hiroki Ono's having to work here, so he'll be using up his tyres. Behind them, Sartak is in P3. Luis Miguel is the man showing a little bit of frustration now ahead of Chiranth Vishwanath. But again, for the Indian audience, that it's good to have two riders in the top 5.
Last time around, Sartak was 2 seconds to the rear of Ramdan. Ramdan couldn't get any closer to Hiroki Ono just at this point. Let's see who gets the better drive. Out of turn 14.
Right, we are now 2/3 of the way through. It is Ono who leads. That gap has been whittled down to 0.2 of a second. And Ono knows that he's got Ramdan for company, and Ramdan knows this circuit like the back of his hand.
And Sartak not making any impression. He lost a little bit of ground on that last lap. So eyes front.
A little bit further down as we look at the front two. Atik Fairuz has got himself up into P6 ahead of Harley McCabe. Paredes Kanatat, back from injury, is in 9th. Hafiz Arofa, the local boy, in 10th. Jed Louis in 11th. And Nixon Frost in 12th. Those two are having a little battle themselves, an Antipodean battle in the heat of Kuala Lumpur.
And yeah, the variety of riders we've got here, from Harley McCabe in the north of England to Nixon Frost in New Zealand. That's about as far as you can get on planet Earth.
Harley McCabe's from Yorkshire. That's not north of England, that's Yorkshire Republic.
I stand corrected as a soft southerner.
Now, nothing soft about what's going on at the moment, because look who's got himself in front. Ramdan Rosley and Ono. Well, he looks up the inside. You always wonder with Hiroki Ono, though, whether he's playing some kind of game, whether he's just saying, okay, Ramdan, here's the encouragement you need. I'm just going to take you in the last lap.
Yeah, you spotted that right, I think. You could just see the way he just stood up, rolled off a little bit, let him go. He's going to have a look at Ramdan now. When he's finished having a look, he'll have another crack at the lead.
Let's see if Ramdan can hold off.
Hiroki Ono taking a wide line, taking a look at the left side of the bike of Ramdan Rosley. This is good work from the Malaysian. Oh, they come down the back straight.
Well, Ramdan won race 1 when they raced in Sepang earlier this year. Unusual to have 2 rounds at the same venue, but that's what we've got this year. Historically, that's happened an awful lot.
Yeah, but you never complain about coming to Sepang.
Oh, absolutely not.
Just one hell of a motorsport venue.
Ramdan leads. Ramdan Rosley from Hiroki Ono onto a final lap, and behind them, Sartak Chaban has made a slight impression on that final lap. He's within 2.2 seconds, but I suspect these are your 1 and 2. Is Ramdan able to hold on? That's the question. And is he able to actually draw level with Hiroki Ono at the top of the championship standings? Because that's what P1 and P2 in this scenario would mean.
What's going through the mind of Hiroki Ono at the moment? You know how much he dislikes not winning.
Well, there's what's going through his mind.
Yeah.
On the inside. But he's not been able to make a move early on.
This is good work by Sartak. He's not on our screen now. We need to stay with these two, but Sartak, having shown that early frustration, didn't let it show in his riding. He's kept steady, and he's got really good pace at the end of the race.
You've mentioned maturity a few times with him this season, a different Sartak to last year, who was a little bit impetuous. But this is fascinating. Is Ono going to strike? That's the bike number 1, the defending champion, the championship leader. Or is he about to have to give way to Ramdan Rosley, the indomitable Malaysian?
Well, he just missed one of the prime overtaking spots at turn 9 here at Sepang.
This is going down to the final corner, which you so often see. The good news for Ono, he will have a bit of a pull down the back straight. Might be able to make that move, but we're coming into that penultimate straight now, and Ramdan has been able to hold on to the lead.
Turn 14 now.
Right, Ramdan hunkers down, gets as low as he can, but Hiroki Ono is right in his slipstream, makes a move there. Has he got through? He has.
Yes, he has, but he's going to need to defend. Who can get the best line? Ramdan's choosing the wide one.
Okay, it's all on this final corner. Hiroki Ono leads. Ramdan looks for a drive out. Ramdan is chasing. Ramdan is getting closer and closer. But as they go over the line, it's by a whisker. Hiroki Ono ahead of Ramdan Rosley with Sartak Chavan in third. Brilliantly timed by Ono.
Yeah, take nothing away from Hiroki Ono. That was absolutely a brilliantly judged win. And you can see what that means to him. He had to work really hard, as no doubt we'll hear when he talks to Daniel after the race. Taps the tank. You can see how hard that was from the intensity of his celebration. Ramdan's going to be disappointed. He rode a magnificent race through to second, and a mature performance from Sartak, who didn't quite have the pace. Not at the beginning anyway.
Luis Miguel gets another very creditable P4 here, but you're quite right. Hiroki Ono is really celebrating this one. He knows that Ramdan very, very nearly had him. You give that another 150 meters and maybe Ramdan does take P1. But instead we have the wheelie from Ono and win number 6 of this, sorry, win number 5 of this campaign.
Yeah, fastest lap to Ramdan Rosley. 2:21.166.
Confirmation, Hiroki Ono wins it by 0.04 of a second from Ramdan Rosley, who was closing in at a rate of knots on the championship leader. Sartak Chavan is now into P3. Luis Miguel, P4, 5 seconds down. In P5, Chirant Vishwanath. 6, Hazik Farouz on his return from injury. Welcome back, Hazik. Nice little double-digit points for you. Harley McCabe, nice 9 pointer for Harley. Alejandro Paredes from the Philippines on the TVS, as they all are, the identical machines, 28 seconds down. He is in P8. But it's Ono once again who's the winner. Further down, Hafiz Arofa coming in as just an entrant for this weekend. He just lost that little battle there. The Antipodean battle goes the way of New Zealand. Nixon Frost just getting the better of Jed Louis. We'll have a look at that. And Kanatat on the return from injury. He finishes in P12. Actually a DNF for Kanatat. Here is the finale by Russell.
Yeah, so you just saw Ramdan came really wide into the final turn. Tried to sweep out, get the drive down. Well, he did, but Hiroki Ono just had it better. He's a lighter rider than Ramdan. He's shorter. Ramdan's tall. They're equally low body fat, but everything comes down. Every advantage, and as you said, there's 0.04 of a second separated them at the end.
Well, terrific performance from both, from Ramdan, but as so often has been the case in the 2.5 seasons that we've had Hiroki Ono, the privilege of seeing him, Ono is the one who comes out on top. Remember on his introductory season he came second but only joined midway through the campaign. Last season he was virtually unbeatable, and this season he still remains the man to beat.
But he's having to work a little bit harder, and he's getting older, into his 30s now, the poor old fella.
Remember your 30s, Barry, remember your 30s.
Barely.
Hiroki Ono though, they call it experience, and he utilised that to the full. He wasn't exactly lulling Ramdan into a sense of false security, but he certainly timed dropping back and making sure that he had the pull down that back straight. That was where he made his move. That was experience.
Yeah, there's some head scratching to do for Ramdan Rosley. What does he have to do? There he is. What does he have to do to outfox Hiroki Ono? Because there was nothing to choose between them on pace.
What does he have to do?
I think, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to guess. Somehow you've got to put Hiroki Ono off, but he's a complete rider. He's so steely.
And he's been there, he's been everywhere, he's been in World Championships. He's been working hard in Asia over a number of years and utterly dominant in this TVS one make.
And he hates losing.
Don't all good racers. Don't. It's looking hot down there.
Okay.
TVS Asia One Make Championship, race 1 of the weekend at Sepang, round 5 of 6 of the season. Hiroki Ono, bike number 1, got off to a decent start, but would soon find himself being tracked by number 2, Ramdan Rosley. Behind them, Luis Miguel, the number 8 bike, shone for a short while, but this would eventually, by Russell, turn out to be a 2-man race.
Yeah, it did look as though Hiroki Ono was going to scamper away at half distance, but it was really good work by Ramdan to haul him back in and take the lead right up until the end. Here they are, nothing between them.
Ramdan would make his move later on in this lap. There he is leading now, bike number 2. Hiroki Ono, the defending champion, the championship leader. He's just biding his time, and as always, it's this final straight, or the penultimate straight, that really decides things. Ono just has a little look round coming into the final lap, and then he makes the move down the penultimate straight on that final lap.
Yeah, you can see that late turn in from Ramdan. Hiroki Ono missed that opportunity to get in front of him at turn 9.
There's where it changed lead, and that's where Ramdan said, curse you, to Hiroki Ono, as he tried his best to go wide. He was looking for a strong drive out of the corner using the hill, but Ono timed it just about perfectly, and he's closing Ramdan, but as you say, it's Hiroki Ono to take win number 5 for the season. Look at the frustration on Ramdan at the end.
Yeah, jubilation plays frustration on that occasion, but Ramdan rode a magnificent race.
Onto the podium, which is fairly adjacent to our commentary position.
It's going to have a very familiar look to it, this podium. Not always in the same order, but the faces are certainly familiar.
4th time it'll be these 3 who are on the podium. Just a slight bit of miscommunication with Daniel Bogus, who's our MC and our pit lane interviewer. No doubt Daniel will get the message soon. Well, we're waiting for Hiroki and Ramdan and Sartak.
So celebrations continuing, but we are running to a schedule here. So come on, lads. Let's be having you.
Okay. And there is Sartak. We hope. Emerging, but that's it. Okay. Looked a little bit frustrated, as he said, but he's got the Indian scarf on. Indian colours. And Ramdan, I'm just trying to see his expression. He's okay with 2nd. And Hiroki Ono, win number 5 of this season. And you look at the successes he had in 2024 as well. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins in 12 races last year. So it's a familiar Japanese national anthem we're going to hear. Kimigoya fades into the distance. Hiroki Ono, well used to that, and the awards being handed out by race technicians and marketing team from around the region. This is Tawachai Nusin, the race technician from All-Ins Asia, handing out third place to Sartak Chaban. Yasuyuki Ishida, manager of the global marketing department of Sumitomo Rubber Industries, otherwise known as Dunlop, hands out the second prize to Ramdan Rosley. The first prize, I'll introduce Rudy Farik. Familiar face for those who follow the Asia Road Racing Championship. He's the manager of Alpine Stars. Always lurking in the background. Good to see him getting a little bit of profile as he shares the limelight with Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, very much so. Here they are for the group photo.
Smiling in the sunshine. Sartak Chaban, as usual, third. Ramdan Rosley frustratingly chases Hiroki Ono, the new championship leader. It'll be by 10 points now for Ono, with 3 rounds still to go, but Ramdan will take encouragement, I feel, from the battle that he was able to put up there.
Yeah.
For now, it's all smiles from Hiroki Ono.
Absolutely, but he has shown, well, Ramdan's shown that he's beatable. Sartak needs a bit more for tomorrow, but he overcome the frustration, didn't put a foot wrong, made the best of the pace that he had.
Here are the championship standings. 176 points for Hiroki Ono, 10 clear of Ramdan Rosley, 12 clear of Sartak Chaban. That's catchable. Well done to Luis Miguel. He is now into the hundreds. 112 points on his debut season. That's an achievement in its own right for the Spaniard. Chirant Vishwanath on 84 points. Hunter Corney, an absentee this weekend, is on 79. Rendi, an injured absentee today. Get well soon, Rendi. Do hope we see you again tomorrow. He's on 63 points. Leandro Paredes has been steadily successful. 49 points for him. Okay, I think we can go to get some post-race reaction. Hiroki Ono is with Daniel Bogus.
Hiroki Ono, tough race today in the heat in Sepang, and quite the battle with Ramdan on the last lap. Tell us about this race and how did you strategize that final push?
Yeah, race was really very tough. Yeah, until last lap fighting with Ramdan. But every lap I not crazy. Yeah, I'm very relaxed. Then beginning of the race, a little bit fighting with many riders. But end of the race, just fighting Ramdan. Yeah, for me, a little bit easy for last lap. Then back straight, I use the slipstream. Then last corner, I go inside. Yeah, and then I get the win. Yeah, this victory very important for championship. Yeah, tomorrow again, my target is victory. Thank you very much, Japanese fans and Japanese sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Well, Hiroki rarely goes into such detail. He's clearly thought about that, clearly understands how important it is. But success for him in race 1 of round 5 of the championship. We move our attention next to the Underbone 150cc. The madness continues at Petronas Sepang International Circuit. After a very short break, we're back with you in 2 minutes' time.
Precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the
The story in
IRG
2025 for the Underbone
Start like a rocket
155
and shift like silk with
969
Superbike proven
Extra
nano-tailored oil.
34 racing team.
Ultra protective
And
Quintec guard
Indonesia's
technology
Husni Zainal
distills the wisdom of
We
oil
enter race
experts.
one.
5 protective
Leading
benefits
ahead
in
of
harmony
Fauzi Bassam
unleash
by
the peak
78
performance of your
points.
engine.
And the Maestro only
Nano
leads
Silky
at
Tech
75
ensures
points
extra
lead
smooth
after race
upshifting
one.
at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts.
The
Idemitsu IRG 5.
969 Indonesia racing team. Their hopes lie on the defending champion's shoulders. Fauzi Bassam, who sits in second in the championship, can only hope to deliver his best. The chances are slim, but you can never say never in Underbones. The title is within arm's reach for Husni Zainal Fauzi, or is it?
Daniel Bogers with the introduction to the Underbone 150cc. We're at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. It's the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Live with Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill to describe what will no doubt be a chaotic Underbone, because this circuit, particularly the hairpin at the end, could be the place for an awful lot of chaos, Barry.
So much drama in the braking zone for turn 15. That's usually where we see it. And as we wait for Daniel to get into position on the grid, here's a fun fact. The championship leader this time last year was Akid Aziz, and he was on 108 points. That's 70 less than Husni has today. There's another look at this fantastic Petronas Sepang International Circuit.
Okay, I think we can head down to join Daniel. He is in the sunshine amongst the riders to see what the thoughts are ahead of today's race.
Down in the grid for the Underbone 150, the temperature is rising. Track temps are looking at about 44, 45 degrees Celsius. But the good thing is the weather is dry and it should give us some real good racing. First off, let's chat with the home hero right now, Afif Varman, who's qualified on pole position today. So, Afif, starting from pole, but we know in Underbones it's going to be all about the final lap. How do you feel the strategy is like for this race?
First kali untuk race ni memang kita tak boleh target apa-apa sebab situation sentiasa berubah pada every lap. Dan kita tengok macam mana nak aturkan strategi pada last lap tu, sebab last lap pastinya memang saingan sangat sengit sebab kita mempunyai laluan lurus yang panjang sebelum sampai ke last turn. So kita tengok siapa yang atur strategi yang cepat, dia dulu yang akan lintas garisan penambak dulu.
So yeah, what Afif said was that in Underbones is always unpredictable. The situation is always changing, and they have to go lap by lap to see the strategy for the final lap. And it's a long back straight there, so whoever chooses the right strategy at that moment will come on top. So good luck, Afif, with this race from pole. And now we're going to head to P3 with someone who has the opportunity to close the championship with this race alone. 78 points in the lead is Husni Zainal Fauzi. So Husni, banyak kenangan yang indah untuk Husni di Sepang awal tahun ni. Tapi banyak juga pembalap yang cepat untuk round ini. So apa harapan Husni untuk balapan kali ini?
Untuk balapan di race 1 ini, bismillah, harapan Alpi semoga bisa menjadi yang terbaik. Semoga Allah memberikan rezeki di race 1 Alpi bisa berdiri lagi di podium di race 1 ini. Mohon doanya semuanya.
So essentially he's saying that he's going to try to give it his best for this round. A lot of people are quick, but he's going to leave it up to fate, and hopefully he will see the podium after this race. Next one. So what I was asking him there actually was whether he's a lot of riders are quick, and whether he's going to how he feels for this race with everyone coming quick. So the next one I'm going to ask is to stay calm and wait for the last lap as always for his strategy or not. So Husni, tetap tenang dan menunggu untuk lap terakhir seperti biasa, atau ada strategi yang beda kali ini?
Alpi ada strategi yang berbeda untuk di race 1 kali ini. Ya, Alpi akan tetap fokus dan tenang, itu intinya.
So he didn't tell his strategy, but he said it's going to be a different strategy, but he's going to stay calm and stay focused. Thank you so much, Husni. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Good work, Daniel. Yeah, it does come down to the final lap on Underbone. It invariably does, but Husni somehow has worked out a way to get his strategy absolutely perfect.
Almost every time. 5 wins.
2 second places.
2 second places and a 4th. The only time he's been off the podium.
Dreadful. However, today we are in Malaysia, and Malaysians are in P1 and 2. The Pitspike twins are P1 and 2. This is in P4, Dimas Juli Atmoko. He's one of the few with a mathematical chance of stopping Husni Zainal from winning the title.
Yeah, there he is. He starts for a Race Tech 60. Last year he was with Team One for All, but going really well on the Race Tech 60 Yamaha.
Fahmi Bassam next to him, the defending champion.
Still the defending champion.
Yeah. And still second place, and still mathematically with a possibility. But the basics are, if Husni Zainal finishes above Fahmi Bassam in a relatively high position, the title will go to Husni Zainal today.
Yeah, Fahmi needs to beat Husni. Incidentally, last year, Husni Zainal Fauzi scored 4th and 5th places when he wasn't really in the centre of our attention.
Waiwaji Trilaksana in the easy to see. Is it lime green? Have we decided? It's certainly easy to pick out. In
lime yellow.
Lime yellow. Alongside him, the always available Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Veteran, but always somehow makes a statement in every race that we see him involved in.
Round 5, 2024, he was the winner here.
Indeed. Alongside him, you've got Gupita Krishna, a former champion for Zia LFM HB 969 team. He has had a P1. That wasn't pretty.
No, you wouldn't accuse him of that, but he is a great rider and a 2 times champion.
So the grid empties. Leaves the riders just to think of what strategies they are going to maintain, how to keep out of danger. It's a wide track, so you should be able to keep out of danger as we go through Pitspike. What a qualification for them earlier on. Ahmed Afif Amram on pole position. Akid Aziz, the championship leader this time last year, in P2 alongside him. Husni Zainal hopes to be crowned champion today. He's in P3.
Yeah, Husni's main rival. Sorry, Dimas Juli Atmoko, next to him Fahmi Bassam and Virapon Louis Bumpeng.
Then you've got Waiwaji Trilaksana alongside Ahmed Fazrul Sham, Gupita Krishna Wardina.
And then Charles Shazras, it leads row 4 from April King Moscado and Shirat Sauki.
The 4SM Yamaha racing team. We'll move down a little bit onto row number 5, I think, where Daniel Damar is going to emerge. There he is on the Yamaha LFN team. It is a strong team, isn't it? Ahmad Darwisi from a streamer, UZ Asia racing team. Well, the team owner there was part of the inaugural ARRC back in 1996. Izzat Zaidi back after a long injury. Welcome back, Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98 for Cardinals.
So happy to see Izzat back. Masato Fernando leads row 6 from Hafizi Supat. Highest qualifying, I think, for the Vosges. And Shafiq Rasool outside of him.
Good call on the Vosges, indeed. P17 is as high as they got. Kiki Suderman from JP NWSND Factory Racing on the Honda is in P19 alongside Mohamed Fabriancha for Team One for All in 2021. Adib Arsyad for Ulma Racing Yamaha in Malaysia.
And row 8 we got Tengku Amarul Hafarudin, next to him Kirby Emmanuel Bagania and Angel Sobretodo from the Philippines outside of him.
Kirby making his debut here. Hafiz Farrell for 4SM Evo Yamaha is on P25. Aditya Fauzi, a long way down, penalty, of course, yes.
Yeah, those 2 riders, both suffering penalties for slow riding during practice yesterday. So they start set at the back of the grid. According to the notice, they'll start from pit lane.
Race control getting a little bit antsy with some of the activities going on that we've seen in qualification recently.
We've seen good practice and qualification, no dawdling around on the track, so it's working. So
yeah, that wasn't a criticism, it was a case of the riders have got to take this professionally and seriously.
Very much credit where it's due.
Anyway, this is the warm-up lap. As usual, it'll be chaos. $26 starters today. No Najul Izzat.
Nazrul had an engine failure yesterday that threw him over the high side, and he's recovering from a broken collarbone and shoulder blade.
My word, how fortunes change. Virtually unbeatable a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 2023 champion, but luck has eluded him since then. Mechanical gremlin is really plaguing him.
There's a message there for all sports people. Enjoy the great times while you've got them, because they can disappear very, very quickly, and that might be a useful message to hand out to the potential champion, Husni Zainal. You're in such a great position. Ram home the advantage while you possibly can.
So yeah, they will be starting from pit lane. That's Hafiz coming back in, just rumbling past our commentary position. And Aditya Fauzi will be there too.
Aditya's 5th in the championship standings. We'll talk about the championship, but to get into the top 3 is very useful as well. And Fahmi Bassam, Dimas Juli, Ahmad Afif Amram, Aditya Fauzi, Akid Aziz, and even Gobita Kreshna are all in that race. Maybe even you go down far as Waiwaji Trilaksana, and until his injury, Nazrul is at for a place in the top 3. There's still 100 points to race for. So everybody getting onto it. It is a real riot of colour, isn't it?
It's fantastic, yeah. Late coming to the line, as he often does, is Fazrul Sham on the number 11 for Cardinals Factory Racing.
Pitbike were magnificent in qualification this morning. They've clearly got something right around this circuit. They know this circuit so well. Underbone 150cc is underway, and those two Pitbike bikes are flying off the line.
They sure did. Let's see how this pans out as they go into turn 1. That's Afif Amran going to the outside. Now they peel in, and he holds it.
That was a remarkable start from those two bikes, as the two latecomers, Hafiz Farrell and Aditya Fauzi, they are now on the circuit with some work to do, but there's time, and they will get back up with the pack, I'm sure. They're just going to have to work a lot harder in the early stages. But how about this? Ahmed Afif Amran, bike 50, and Akid Aziz going away, and the guy who stuck with them, Husni Zainal.
Well, what a surprise. What a purple patch he's having as he takes a very early lead.
Zainal, bike number 143. A quite phenomenal season. 4 wins in a row, followed by 2 podiums. And that was after a win in race number 1. He had a double win here at Sepang last time he was here.
Yeah, for me, the form rider this weekend so far is the rider who's now back at the front and started from his first Underbone pole position, amazingly, Afif Amran.
Ponglo Boinpeng also making an impression. Oh, look at this. We've got a little group of 1, 2, 3, 7 who pulled away. Maybe we're going to see something unusual in Underbone, but not the chaos that we're used to.
Well, let's see. I think Pirapong just... Oh no, there he is.
Pirapong is part of that group. It was 7, it's now grown, as Underbone tends to.
Yes, Dimas Juli just behind them. I think this group might close up.
The race tech, okay, it was 5, it's now back up to 55. I do exaggerate, up to 26 though.
Well, we'll get a better picture after they've come round the next turn, turn 15. They're on the back straight right now, and what a sight that is.
2 wildly different lines being taken. And the potential champion, Husni Zainal, is the one, of course, who just takes the inside line. He'll drop into P3 at the moment. Ahmed Afif Amran leading the way, also in that group. Ahmed Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Racing. It's going to be bike number 24, Pirapong Boinpeng, alongside Ahmed Afif Amran, who crossed the line in P1 and 2 respectively. Gobita Kreshna up there as well.
Yeah, Pirapong very much overdue an appearance on the podium. That's the number 24 there with the orange nose, just behind the championship leader. And scampering into the lead there, I do believe I saw Fazrul Sham.
Indeed, of course. He always makes a statement every race. It's part of his DNA, particularly here at Sepang. He likes to get involved.
As we were saying, the last time we saw him on top of the box, it was here at Sepang in 2024, same weekend.
April King Moscado also making a little move. Bike number 43, pride of the Philippines. One of the prides of the Philippines.
Indeed, they have a few. Looking for our naughty boys. Dicha Fauzi, he's 6, nearly 7 seconds adrift of the leader, so that's catchable. His quality of Dicha Fauzi. So well for JPNW on Honda this season. He was partnering Weiwaji in Race Tech 60 last season.
Race Tech, of course, will be involved as well. Bike 202, Dimas Juliet Moko in the luminous lime green.
That's it, there's luminous lime green. The kaleidoscope that is Underbone 150.
Traditional blue of April King Moscado, currently tucked in P4 now. I've been looking forward to see April King getting back to some form. Been out of form, but hasn't picked up enough points throughout this season. A couple of DNFs don't help. Best position a P5. This time out to Mandalika.
Yeah, the number 23 for Zaya LFN. Good bit of Krishna making his presence felt there.
Ooh, a little bit of contact. Somebody's got a problem. It is 24. It is Piripong Luboympeng, and Piripong, well, not a great season, and it's going to end his race here. Looked like mechanical problem for Piripong. Arm was raised. He came to a near sudden stop by the pit wall.
Unfortunate for the tie. He lived to fight another day, but over the line goes our pole man. In first place, Afifan Ran.
Peter Kreshna and Shirat alongside him. April King Moscado in there, and Husney, of course, Husney. Bike number 143 just holds on. Right position, as always. We've got to keep an eye on Husney. Bike 143, a victory today, or a finish ahead of the man who's in P2, Fahmi Bassam. And we've got a champion 3 races before the end of the season, 3/4 of the way through the season.
Yeah, incredible stuff. There is Fahmi Bassam, still the defending champion. He needs to finish, somehow he needs to finish in front of Husni Zainal Fauzi.
Damar's got himself up there as well, 144, and there's the poor old Piripong. In that heat, I wouldn't fancy having to push a bike, but Piripong will just have to dawdle back into the pit lane, coming under our commentary box as we speak.
Yeah, but look at the leaderboard now. April King Moscado, haven't seen much of him this weekend, really, in terms of at the front. Let's just have a look at YUIG Trelaxana. You can see leading that gaggle at the moment.
It is a gaggle. 70 Sharat in the all black leathers. Could be a guy just to spoil things. Ooh, a little bit of a problem there. 2 riders just having to stand up. It can get very congested, particularly going up the hill at 9. You get that line wrong and you can be forced out quite an awful lot. And April King Moscado is making a break for it here. And he's taking the pit bike boy with him. He's taking Amadafi Famran with him. Very difficult though in Underbone to make a break.
Very difficult indeed. And you and I remember well, Des, the last time we saw it, it was Afifan Ran at Buriram, maybe 3 seasons or so ago. But we have a very big group at the front now.
All getting a pull from the slipstream. 43, April King still leads the way. Amadafi Famran is in there. The pit spikes are looking to make a statement. Oh, and April King just manages to correct that, but he loses 15 places as a result as April King Moscado.
Yep, back to the front, it's Afifan Ran.
1:45 is Daniel Damar.
Yeah, it's Daniel Damar. He looked good this morning. He looked good yesterday.
Fahmi Bassam has made a mark as well. April King Moscardo, that mistake on that hairpin corner cost him 15 positions, Barry. It is, you just cannot make a mistake in this class without losing positions.
That makes the achievement so far of Husni Zainal Fauzi all the more incredible.
So there, the race tech bikes just going off the wrong line. Dimas Juliat Moko and Wayaji Chulaksana.
They're still at the front, they're having a good race.
Shirat Sauki on the Yamaha, the Indonesian, the man in black. His engineers have got something right today.
Yep, one of the Hondas there. That's a fantastic shot.
Racetech getting in good position. Dimas Juliat Moko.
Damar is the number 70. It's one to watch out for throughout this weekend.
23 in the chasing group.
Charles Shazras is up there, Des, the number 61. Just gets his nose chopped off by Gupita Krishna.
We have got 1.6 seconds between P1 and P18, who is Akid Aziz. Akid Aziz is somebody who knows this track very well, and we've seen numerous times by Russell. He just waits until the final lap and a half or so to work his way up to the top.
Yeah, I can't think of another rider who is happy enough to stay that far back until late in the race and then come through.
He left it late as well today in terms of qualification. He got himself onto P2 ahead of Husni Zainal, only to be pipped at the post by his compatriot and teammate Ahmed Afif Amram. The race tech boys who are making the mark at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Keeping themselves very much in the conversation. The Indonesian Race Tech 60 team.
Zato Fernando joins the conversation. Takes a nice tight line, does the experienced Filipino. Like 17 in the shot there as we come through. It'll be 2 laps to go once they go over the start-finish line. Wow, that is just a remarkable sight. 0.3 of a second between 1 and 11. Oh yeah.
Incredible stuff, and just poking his nose in at the front there is Masato Fernando, the number 17, often in the mix, but too often falls victim to failure at the end, gets caught up in some kind of incident. Let's see if he can hold it together for this race.
I can also tell you 177 Aditya Fauzi, who had to start from the pit lane, had a penalty. He's in that leading group as well. There is 17 Masato Fernando, as you just said, nicely tucked into P4.
That's Aditya right with him there.
Yeah.
So if you wondered about how good Aditya Fauzi is, that's how good he is.
P2. Maybe give him a lap penalty. Maybe race control should be even stricter.
Well, second in the championship last year, alongside Gupita Krishna now.
Need to keep an eye though on bike 143, Husni Zainal in 8th at the moment, not being able to really dominate this race. Just pops his nose out as once again 23. Krishna makes a move.
Yeah, right in the middle there is Fahmi Bassam, and down goes
96, 98, 96.
That's Hafiz, yeah. Working hard to catch up after starting from pit lane. He's down.
Well, that is a tough day at the office for Hafiz Farrell. Worked so hard to get himself back up into the reckoning, and then comes off with a lap and a half to go. Actually, it was Mohammed Kubriansha who's gone out.
Yeah, 88. Oh, so that's both Team One for All bikes out. That's a rotten afternoon for them.
Through the heat haze for the penultimate time.
Yeah, that's the glinting of the number 23 of Gupita Krishna, who's been right at the front all the way through.
He's had a win already this season, Peter Krejna. We know as a former champion, he knows the way to win. Underbone has been the strength of Asia Road Racing Championship. That's how Underbone started. And look at what it's created.
Yeah, somebody just darted out to the other side of the circuit. There's Daniel Demar, who just suddenly swung to the outside. Ahead of turn 1, Afi van Ran started from pole position, starts the final lap, goes through turn 1 in the lead.
The two blue racing suits of Cardinals Factory Racing, Izzat Zaidi and Ahmed Fazl Sham at the back of that group. Anyone from 1 to 18 possible to win this one.
1 second covering the first 14.
Husni Zainal in P10 of those 14, bike 143. Today might not be the day, unless Fahmi Bassam can't get a decent result.
Race Tech 60s are there, Des, both of them. Wayuaji and Dimas Juli in that order.
The break has been made, and it is Ahmad Afi van Ran who has made that break. And he's got it on the final lap, and there's possibilities here for Ahmad Afi van Ran. It's the Race Tech boys who are chasing him, but Ahmad Afi van Ran for Pit's bike. Look over the shoulder.
That's confident. Enough time to look over his shoulder, but what can he do? Especially when they get to the back straight for the final time. This is great work from Afi van Ran, and great work from Race Tech 60, and great work from the number 70, Daniel Demar.
Well, they're not closing down Afif at the moment, and he's actually accelerated up the hill there. That's a remarkable piece of racing from Ahmad Afi van Ran. And he's aware the peloton are closing him down, but there's the gap that he's got, and he's made a break for home.
He's got enough.
Well, you'd think here, Ahmad Afi van Ran for Pit's bike, for Malaysia. In the championship, Husni Zainal is still looking pretty good. He's in 9th at the moment, but Ahmad Afi van Ran, let's focus on this race first. And he made the break on this final lap, Barry Russell, and he's going to do it.
And he's got Daniel Demar at the front, just behind him, but now everything's going to change into the final turn.
Ahmad Afi van Ran, Damar goes wide, he loses it, but Ahmad Afi van Ran is going to skate away to a landslide victory. That's Sepang behind him, we look at it. Afi van Ran takes the victory. Behind him, Fahmi Bassam, third Husni Zainal. The championship will carry on.
Wow, it doesn't get any closer than that. There was 5 thousandths of a second between Fahmi Bassam and Husni Zainal Fauzi.
1 point short, Husni Zainal. 1 point short. He's got 3 races to accumulate 1 point. But he's got himself remarkably another podium, Husni Zainal. Ahmad Afi van Ran, of course, Pit's bike. That's where the celebrations should be. Malaysia celebrating, but it won't be long till Husni Zainal is celebrating for Zir LFN.
Afif was magnificent all the way through yesterday in free practice. He clocked his first pole position in qualifying this morning, and he won the race by 1.2 seconds. That's like being another postcode in Underbone terms.
Dimas Juliat Moko getting himself a P4 and 13 points, so he keeps well in the battle for second. Photo finish, of course. Race direction is going to look at this 5,000th of a second, but as we look from our commentary position, look clear as day.
Daylight.
Just looking at the difference between, well, first was 1.2 seconds clear, then between second place Fahmi Bassam right the way down to Aditya Fauzi, who finished 9th, there is 1/10 of a second, no more, to separate 8 bikes.
And so Afi van Ran did that rare thing, which is to make a break, and the only rider I can think of to do that before. Let's have another look.
So there's your winner. That's Ahmad Afi van Ran.
Then there's a long break.
we believe, as we wait and wait.
1.2 seconds at how many frames a second this is.
So 2:22, Fahmi Bassam just ahead of Husni. Yeah, Fahmi is there.
Believe it or not, it is visible.
Fahmi ahead of Husni, ahead of Dimas Juliat Moko, ahead of Waiwaji Trilaksana.
Dimas Julie up on the stirrups like a jockey, pushing his head over the front of the bike to try and get an advantage.
Well, fabulous work. As always, Underbone has been the lifeblood of the ARRC as we reach our 150th round of ARRC. Been going since 1996. Ahmad Afif Amran, appropriately enough, a Malaysian on the podium in the first of these races. He's won it by 1.2 seconds behind them, 5,000th of a second separating Fahmi from Husni, 5,000 separating Husni from Dimas Juliat Moko. Beyond them, a massive 200 of a second separating Waiwaji from Dimas Juli. Kupita Krishna is there. Well, it's all Indonesia. Daniel Damar in 7, Shirat Chowki in P8, Aditya Fauzi in 9. So 1 Malaysian followed by 8 Indonesians. April King Moscado, a creditable P10 for the Yuma MMR Yamaha Philippine racing team. 1.6 seconds down. Fantastic racing indeed. Every race, every round, for season after season, Underbone delivers.
We knew it was going to be good, but we didn't know what would happen. And there, joyous scenes there for
that was an amazing race from
Pittsbike.
And I think we can all agree.
Superfast JRT, Superfast by name, Superfast by nature.
Well, it's all happiness for one of the team anyway, for Ahmad Afif Amran, for Akid Aziz. Way, way, way off the leaderboard. Must have been an incident involving Akid amongst all the chaos, but the celebrations for Ahmad Afif Amran are there for all to see. As they go into the Parc Ferme, and there's a long, long queue there for the scrutineer.
Yep, 26 bikes for those guys to park and take a look at.
Chaos and mayhem is assured in Underbone 150cc, and race 1 of round 5 of the Asia Road Racing Championships 2025 proved to be no exception. The pit spikes of Ahmad Afif Amran and Akid Aziz getting off to absolute flyers, but then it was a case of just getting yourself in position, as it always is by Russell, for the final last lap.
Yeah, the confidence shown by the number 50 there, Afif Amran, our eventual race winner, clear from the outset, and what a horrible afternoon it was for Team One for All. That was 24, Pirapong being wheeled away.
Both their bikes were eliminated with mechanical problems. Masato Fernando, bike 17, wanted to get into the mix as well. In the end, he wouldn't be too far away, but only P14. That's how competitive it can be. That's the Team One for All problems continuing. And then with 2 laps to go, we wondered whether or not Husni Zainal Fauzi would be able to get enough momentum to get into a podium position, but we didn't think Ahmad Afif Amran would get a lead as big as this, Barry.
He timed it perfectly. Somehow he managed to break away, and even on this final run down on the back straight, nobody was close enough to drag him back in. That was a mistake there for Daniel Damar, who did look like he might score a podium.
Dimas Juli at Moko was just eased out there, and there was the battle. There was some contact indeed between Fahmi Bassam and Husni Zainal, and that contact as they came into the home straight, that may well have prevented Husni Zainal becoming champion. But let the celebration start for Pittsbike, and a home win on their home circuit.
Fantastic stuff, and Fahmi did what he needed to do as we wait for our podium. And Husni Zainal Fauzi, it was match point, but there'll be another one tomorrow.
There will. He needs 1 point to secure the title.
115, race 1.
That's all he needs. Literally 1 point. P15 somewhere. But then again, this is Underbone racing, and until you've got the baubles around your neck, until you've got the medals around your neck, you are not victors.
Excellent day out for Race Tech 60, 4th and 5th.
LFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34.
Here we come with the podium.
Husney introduced first. Of course, he's used to being on the podium. Only one race all season he's not been on the podium. Remarkable in such a competitive environment.
Yeah, and that was a P4.
The engineers deserve an awful lot of kudos. Fahmi Bassam, well, champions don't like to give up their crowns lightly. Fahmi Bassam gave a little bit of a dig to Husni Zainal coming into the home straight, but Ahmed Afif Amram, that's how you do Sepang, boys. That's how you race Sepang.
That's it. He looks as cool as a cucumber.
He'll enjoy the rendition of Nagara Ku, that will accompany his victory for him and his team. Happy podium for Ahmed Afif Amram. Remarkably, a first win of this season. Third podium. He had a couple of P3s. Mr. Yasuyuki Ishida, the manager of the global marketing department of Sumitomo Rubber Industries, better known to us as Dunlop, who provides such a fabulous tyre service for the Asia Road Racing Championship and have for a number of seasons now. The longevity of ARC is dependent upon the support of many people, many sponsors. Dunlop are part of that. Of course, it's all down to the riders. Fahmi Bassam, defending champion. I did like the little dig he gave Husni coming into that final straight. You've got to take my title from me. I'm not going to give it to you.
That's absolutely right. No, credit to him. He did what he needed to do. He finished in front.
Ahmed Afif Amram, still the only guy we've seen able to break away from the rest successfully.
That's right. Yeah, that's twice now that I can recall.
Team presentation from Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Deputy President. Good to get the official sanctioning of FIM and their support. But also I think they understand and know that the longevity of this competition is good for motor racing. Team award to Pittsbike. Husni Zainal denied the championship, but for how long? Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, will make it as long as he possibly can. Ahmed Afif Amram enjoying the sunshine in his home state.
Yeah, he has the look of a rider that knew he was going to win, somehow.
Well, he was brilliant this morning in qualification as well. Let's have a look what it's done to the overall standings. 194 points accumulated over 9 races. That's remarkable for Husni Zainal. 74 clear of Fahmi Bassam, who's also 10 points clear of Dimas Juliat Moko, who's 10 clear of Ahmed Afif Amram. Those 3 genuine contenders for P2 overall. Aditya Fauzi recovered to get a P9 to be 5th for the JP NW Factory Racing team. Gupita Kreshna for the Zir LFN team. Gosh, they do something right. He's on 62 alongside Akid Aziz and Wayu Ajit Trilaksana for Racetech 60. He, alongside Dimas Juliat Moko. It's a good season for Racetech as well. He's on 60 points. Okay, let's go down. Daniel Bogas is going to get some post-race reaction from a delighted Ahmad Afif Amram.
Afif, that was a masterclass of a last lap. It's very rare for us to see a gap in Underbone 150, and you pulled it right at the last lap. Tell us about this race. How did you manage that final lap?
Okey, pada permulaan lap tu saya cuba gapkan diri tapi tidak berjaya. Saya terpaksa keep dalam kelompok hadapan dulu. Cuma last lap tadi saya cuba atur sekali lagi. Saya gamble lah. Sebab saya push terlalu awal di first turn, sepatutnya orang push di sektor 3 atau sektor 4. Saya cuba ambil peluang tu dan saya guna sebaik mungkin, dan alhamdulillah saya nampak gap tu makin jauh dan saya keep sampai ke garisan penamat pada ni.
So you were saying that in the opening lap itself at turn 1, he tried to start playing the gap already, but he couldn't, so he just kept on staying with the group. And then towards the end, he thought to try the strategy one more time, and after sector 1 and sector 2 and sector 3, he realized that the gap was increasing, and he managed to hold it all the way till the end. So Afif, tomorrow race to a different story or a similar strategy as today?
Okey, saya jagakan besok saingan lagi makin sengit, cuma saya perlu atur strategi yang baru. Mungkin hari ini dia orang dah dapat baca saya punya strategi. So saya tak nak cakap banyak. So kita tengok pada esok macam mana, dan tidak lupa pada tim Pits Bike JNT Superbike Racing kerana selalu support kami, dan tidak lupa kepada kru-kru mekanik yang bekerja keras selama 1 tahun, dan alhamdulillah pada penghujung pusingan round 5 ni kita dapat menaiki podium, menang di tempat pertama, dan kita akan cuba lagi lebih baik untuk pusingan datang.
So he's saying that he's expecting an even tougher fight tomorrow, especially because they know the strategy already. So they have to look at the strategy again. And a big thank you to the team as well for all their hard work this year and the results that they got for today as well. So thank you so much, Afif. Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, and congratulations, Ahmad Afif Amram. The title could still be decided this weekend at the Underbone 150cc, but we've got to wait until tomorrow. You've got to wait just 2 minutes before the next race that comes along, where we move to the AP 250cc, and it's nice and competitive in there. You're watching the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from Sepang in Malaysia.
Excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated
The warmest of greetings to you from Sepang. We are just south of Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. We are here for some motor racing at the Asia Road Racing Championship. It is round 5 of 6 of the 2025 season, the 29th season that we have been competing at the ARRC. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell. Amidst the delays and the glare and the heat, the cloud cover looks to have shifted a little bit, and promises of light rain don't look like they're going to materialize this afternoon. Our focus is moving on to the AP250cc, which Barry will talk us through qualification from this morning.
Yeah, it was a qualification session that was quite difficult to pick the bones out of. Nothing much happened in the first half. We're just looking at Dongnan Zhe, but Davino Brittani, who struggled a little bit yesterday, the number 24 for Astra Honda, he would come through well in the end, but we're still looking at the early stages here when not too much was happening. The 571, Musyavi, he was looking aggressive all the way through, as was this rider, as ever, the class rookie 157. There are 11.5 minutes to go, and he parked it in the gravel at turn 15, and then he picked it up. That was Irfan Haikal going out. He will not be starting this afternoon. Kritapat Cancun, after being quiet in the early stages, he came through late. Championship contender, the closest rider to Fadila Arbi, the number 93 on your screen here. Championship leader Chandra Hermawan, after a quiet day's practice yesterday, came through really aggressively in qualifying. There he is, just leading Arbi across the line, but Arbi couldn't find himself space on the track that he needed to record a really good time. Daniel Shami for Uma Racing, he had a really good session. Looked as though he could put himself on the front row at one point, but by this time Murabel Vitoni, the number 157, was back out on track on that dusty LFN Yamaha, and he recorded a 2:24.182 to take pole position. Chandra Hermawan next to him, and Kritapat completes the front row.
What a performance that was by Murabel Vitoni to actually go out onto the gravel at turn, what was it? It was turn 15 that he went out,
yeah, yeah.
And then get back up on the bike, pick it up, sort all the dust out of the tyres, and then get back and put pole position time. Fantastic work from Murabel. He's in 4th position in the overall championship standings. He's in great form. He won in Mandalika last time down. And let's go down onto the grid, where Daniel Bogas is going to get some pre-race thoughts.
On the grid for the AP250, just got the update that the track temp has gone up 50 degrees Celsius. So tire weather will be a question towards the end. But for now, let's have a chat with Kritapat Cancun, one of our title contenders for the season. So Kritapat, seems a good qualifying for you, but it's going to be difficult because we know the AP250 in Sepang is very difficult, especially with the front straights. What's your strategy for this race?
Yeah, for this race, we work hard with the team for make the bike, and then talking with my riding style. Yeah, for the last one, I will do my best.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And we're gonna head over to Daniel Shami, one of the Malaysian riders who has been on hot form since Mandalika, bagging a podium there, and now starting from P4. Daniel, so it's your home race, and it seems that you and the bike are a different person now since Mandalika. How's this weekend looking, and what's your expectation for this race?
For sure, for this race, I hope I can get win, because this is also my home race. And then I also never get P1 in AP250. For the race, I just focus for good plan in the last lap, and then I will attack like 100% until the finish line.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desmond.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Enjoy the sunshine while you're down there. Get yourself a nice suntan, but 50 degrees is pretty hot work down there for the guys, Barry.
It certainly is. There is our pole man, the remarkable rookie for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team.
It's hard to think he's just stepping up from the Underbone 150s, and he's just adapted so beautifully to the 250s, because it is a different beast completely.
Yeah, completely. Riding with the tank is a very different experience, but LFN called it right. Their first season too, right down in 10th there. This rider, championship leader by 37 points.
Yeah, you raised one or two eyebrows when you were working on when you were commentating on him earlier today. Yeah, he's got the rev cut because of the rules involved in AP 250 to try to keep a level playing field, but 10th makes him vulnerable.
It does, and it opens things up for the championship. Chandra Hermawan, quiet yesterday, came through really strongly today for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. We know he's quick. Can he find the consistency to put himself on the podium today?
You mentioned the championship. It's a 37-point lead for Fadila Arbi, bike number 93, over Kritipat. Just 4 points down on him is Izam Iqmal, bike number 124. Then Murabil Vitoni, who's on pole, is on 102 points. So Murabil is within 43 points of the championship leader.
Yeah.
If Murabil can make it back-to-back wins, as we have a look at that's the Singaporean guys, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, it is, yeah, for Jazil Jarami.
Of course. Shy of the cameras. Let's hope Jazil isn't shy of getting an improved performance for him this season.
Yep, and also looking good was Aiki Yoshi on the Kawasaki. They've had an increase in their rev limit of 300 RPM, which is making them just a touch more competitive.
Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, Murabil Vitoni will be on pole position for Yamaha LFN, alongside Chandra Herwaman for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Kritipak Youngkum, he is second in the championship standings for Yamaha Thailand on P3.
And Daniel Sharmi from Uma Racing, we just spoke to. He starts fourth. Next to him, Rintaro Takamoto doing a great job as a stand-in for TY Antares Racing Team. Aiki Yoshi next to him.
Fadil Musyabi, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, bike 571. I always get him on 157, Murabil Vitoni mixed up. I'll try not to. Fadil Al-Ghassani for TY Antares, bike number 80 is in P8. The youngster Davino Brittani for Astra Honda Racing in P9, bike number 24.
Your championship leader, as we mentioned, starts 10th. Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda. Next to him, Galanghendra Pratama for Yamaha Baf Yamalube. Chao Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam starts 12th.
Chao Vietnam had a good start to the season. It's fallen away. Izam Iqmal will be looking for points on the board in his home race for Victor Racing Team. Team 1 for all, Gao Jiang. Good performance for P14 from the Chinese rider. Aldiaz Askal for Yamaha Yamalube team in P15, bike 69.
And starting 16th, number 17, Abdullah Qayyum Razak. Next to him, 2 times champion in this class, Andy Muhammad Fadli. And outside of him from Vietnam, Nguyen Tonan Pu.
SDG Hark Pro Honda Philippines, represented by Alfred Sabalaya. He's in P19. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam in P20. Kevin Samar Quintal. I'm looking forward to the Idemitsu Honda Racing India team getting it right one day.
Absolutely, and way out of position, starting 22nd, is Irfan Ardianshia from Maestro NWNSCK. Next to him, Johan Reeves Emmanuel, who's just arrived from Spain, so somehow he's made it. And Jazil Jarami, whose fan club we saw a few months ago, starts 24th.
And then you've got from Hong Kong, China, Sei Leongnang for Victor Racing Team. Liu Guangguan for Team 1 for all, and Herfen Heikel, who I didn't think is racing today. I'd heard that he's not going to be racing at all today.
Yeah, he's not fit to race, unfortunately, after that crash in qualifying. Now,
with Izam could be fun.
Yeah,
Let's get in the mix, and hopefully, for Izam anyway, and for Malaysia, he'll be up near the front, Barry.
well, we hope so. He's a little bit way down in qualifying, and I think the reason is that he took a hell of a knock yesterday. When he went over the high side, crashing on the way out of turn 14. We don't know his physical condition. We hope he's okay. We know what he's capable of, so we hope we see it. He was magnificent here at Sepang, scoring 2 podiums back in May.
He did indeed. He's got a victory in Motegi. He also got a podium in Mandalika, so 4 podiums to his name. There was a DNF early in the season in Buriram, and they do hurt DNFs when it comes to the season. But in P10, bike number 93, Fadila Arbi, he's the one to keep a close eye on. But we're all just about set. Blazing hot conditions out there. 8 laps of the circuit. Race 1 of the weekend. ARRC AP 250cc. And a nice start in the middle from the man in P2, who is Chanda Heroman. He got off to a good start, bike number 88, lucky for some.
Great shot going down there to turn 1. For Tony, started from pole, swings to the outside, but it's Kritapat who holds position into turn 1.
Can be so deceiving, those starts, because Chandra certainly got away from the line quicker, but it depends on the drive they can get out as well. And Kritapat, wow, a win for Kritapat. What that would do for the championship, Barry Russell.
That really would open it up. And there is our championship leader, just with the Yamaha on the left side of him. But here goes Kritapat. He's got Chandra and Murugal right with him. 3 Yamahas at the front.
And already beginning to pull away. They're looking pretty strong. Daniel Shami is amongst that group as well, bike number 57.
Yeah, just off the back there. The shape of this field is surprisingly spread out. Just a few turns into this race 1 for round 5.
Kritapat leading the way. Bike 93 is the one we need to keep half an eye on. Starting in P10, our championship leader, Fadila Arbi. Well, there he is in P5. Shouldn't have worried about him. He's just managed to work his way through very, very nicely.
Yeah, very much in contention there. Just passing Daniel Shami.
First casualty.
And Jacob Sablaya for STG Pro Honda Philippines racing team gets wheeled away.
It's disappointing for him, but looking good for the Yamahas. As they come round.
In fact, 2 bikes went down in that incident with Jacob Sablaya. We'll update you as and when we find out.
Arbi's manoeuvred his way into P4. Gosh, he's leader for a reason, Fadila Arbi.
So the rider that went off with Jacob Sablaya was Johan Reeves Emmanuel.
Wow.
So those 2 guys out, and look what's going on at the front, Des.
That was a wasted flight for John Reeves Emmanuel, huh? It's so hard to get here.
Absolutely.
Well, Fadila Arbi, this is quite remarkable. I wasn't quite writing him off for P10. I was thinking he might be struggling against the pace of the Yamahas, and he's just manipulated and nurdled his way beautifully back into the lead. And there you go, don't you come into our space.
That was a very stiff nudge there from Kritapat.
You saw what Fadila did? Ignored it.
Nothing, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's been racing as a stand-in in Moto 3.
Oh, problem for Fadila.
So,
oh, Fadila Arbi.
That contact caused a problem there on the handlebar. On the right bar. So this is drama for Fadila Arbi.
Wow.
We saw that contact, and there's the TY Antares.
That's Fadil Al-Ghassani coming in.
Al-Ghassani, yeah.
Oh, but the championship has taken a major turn right here, right now. And was it that? Well, he's got it going once again. But you can see something handing down from the right handlebar. I think you've called that beautifully, Barry Russell.
Let's take another look now. So, Kritapat alongside. Yeah, it was just before that, the contact.
Was the contact on that side?
You can see the little mechanism that stops people from grabbing each other's brakes was hanging off then, but that shouldn't have slowed him down. It's a really strange one, but now he's right back down in 14th.
Wow.
And the young guns are at the front. Kritapat and the mirrored numbers of Murugal Vitoni and Dylan Musuvi.
And Takamoto as well. The TY Antares racer is in there.
Yeah, 2 replacement riders in for the 2 regular riders this weekend, and notwithstanding the mechanical failure just a few moments ago for Al-Ghassani, they're doing a fantastic job.
Murugal Vitoni motors away. Chanda Herwan takes that first corner nicely. Daniel Shami. Well, they all went just a little bit wide there, and that has enabled, I think it's TY Antares rider Takamoto just to tuck in nicely in P3, but it'll be Kritipat who still leads. Yeah, fascinating opening couple of laps.
Absolutely, and we've got more riders in contention now than it looked like in the very early stages. And ooh, look at Davino Brittani sliding on the brakes. I think as he was shifting down, that probably locked the back wheel, but he held it well.
I'm not sure Fadila Arbi is going to complete this race. He's dropped right the way down. I've got my eyes on the pit lane right below our commentary position to see if he's got to come in. Whether or not he tries to sort something mechanical to get back out, but there's too many races out there. He wouldn't score points.
Oh, and down goes he. Oh no!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a heap.
Horrible crash there. Oh, that's Takamoto. Murabil's down. I think that's Davino Brittani down. That was one horrible crash. There is Aiki Iyoshi. He's got Chao Vietnam behind him. It's going to take us a while to sort out what happened there at the front.
It's always terrifying when riders are following on. There is Chanda Herwaman. Looking for flags just to see, but the medical team will be very, very quickly on that scene. Chanda Herwaman, meantime, goes on. We'll get you an update on any injuries that result from that remarkable crash that also included the Murabil Vitoni.
Yeah, at the front fighting there, you've got Chandra Hermawan, Fadil Musyavi, and Galang Hendra Pratama joining the fight. And Daniel Sharmi in there. And
well, this championship has taken major turns. Fadila Arbi will be grateful, not that anyone wants a crash, but he'll be grateful that some of the contenders have been taken out of the equation, including bike number 39, Kritipat.
Yeah, the Cardinals standing rider, Kayum, very much in the mix here.
Well, this is a completely different race from a short while ago, and Izam Iqbal might be the man to take advantage of it. He goes through into the lead alongside Kaim Chandra, Daniel Sharmi, and 571 is Fadil Musyavi, and Galang Hendra Pratama comes into the mix as well.
So Daniel Sharmi leads us into turn 1 from Kayum.
Eiki Yoshi in the Kawasaki is in P7. The Vietnamese may well benefit from this as well. Hu is up into P8 and Chao Vietnam is into P10. And the Kawasaki's might think that there's a little something in this circuit for them. I'm glad to say that's where the incident happened on the earlier lap. And it looks like everybody has got away. But it was very worrying for a little while there, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it's very good news. The red flag hasn't come out. That means they've been able to move the riders out of the way. We hope nobody's got a serious injury. Chandra gets a little bit out of shape there, foot off the peg. This is the best we've seen this weekend from Kayum, the stand-in for Faris Putra on the Cardinals factory machine there, running in their very distinctive colours, blue and the yellow.
Daniel Sharmi leads the way.
He's a very engaging and unassuming character, Daniel Sharmi. We're back with our cameraman here.
This is Izam, who has got a real chance. If he can win here, he catapults himself up into second place and will really close the lap gap on Fadila Arbi. He was 41 points adrift, was bike number 124. But there's the little matter of having to win this race first. At the moment, he's way down on that little group.
So at the moment, Chandra is trying to make a break. I think that Daniel Sharmi has spotted that, and he's trying to get after him. Galang Hendra is in there. Galang did an interview with Daniel Bogas yesterday and referred to how crazy some of the younger riders are in this category. Absolutely no idea who he might have been talking about.
Just giving a look on the data screen that we've got. Kritipat is back up on his bike, so is Takamoto, so is Murabil Bitoni. We'll keep an eye on them. They're around about 10-15 seconds down. Kevin Sintal comes through in P14. Fernand Janse comes through in P16 underneath us. Fadila Arbi has just come through in P17. We're expecting Murabil Bitoni to come through next, which he does, 22 seconds down. So Fadila and Murabil are still in the race by Russell. Sorry, we're focusing on the front, but the championship is at an important stage.
Well, we need to know that. We also need to know that these guys are okay. So absolutely. Chandra looking good at the front as we speak.
Look over the shoulder.
And they go up the hill towards turn 9. He's got Daniel Sharmi behind him, the number 57.
It's a surprisingly undulating circuit, Sepang. No matter how many times you come here, you forget. Going up the hills takes a chunk of power away from you.
Yeah, it's just beautifully designed, this circuit, the way it's landscaped, and it's just incredible to think that it's more than 25 years old.
As they come up one of those inclines into turn 9, then the sweeping long right. Still 88, Chandra Herwaman leading the way. Chandra's another who's had a podium this year, 2 podiums in fact, one in Motegi, one in Buriram, but he hasn't had a race win. I like one here.
Just a little way off this front 3 is Izam Iqmal. He'll be keen to get onto the back of the Yamaha of Daniel Sharmi.
Yeah, he's leading that second group, isn't he? He's in P4 at the moment as they come into the haze. Slowly but surely the numbers will emerge out of the haze of the heat. It's Yamaha. Chandra, Daniel Sharmi and Fadil Mushabi.
First 4 Yamahas, and then it's a Kawasaki.
He's worked his way in as Ayoshi. Chandra comes through. The line goes through. 2-3 seconds separating 1 from 12, who is Jazil Juraimi. His fan club will be happy that the Singaporean is looking for his best performance of the season.
Yeah, best Honda here as we are at this point is Nguyen Hu Tri for Streamo UZ Vietnam.
Honda Racing Vietnam.
Honda Racing Vietnam, beg their pardon. Oops. There is a close collaboration between UZ and the Vietnamese Hondas.
150th round of Asia Road Racing Championships. We've been going since 1996. The only stoppage was for COVID a few years ago, but thankfully we're over that crisis. Now we're looking for new champions, for new names to write themselves into the record books. Fadila Arbi thought he was going to be one of those new names, but he's out of the points here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Des, there's Fadila Arbi. Good to see him back up and rolling.
17th position.
As we come back onto that leading group on the back straight, I think we're going to see a much bigger leading group now.
Well, the Kawasaki, the Ayoshi is closing in. And we're not allowed favourites in the commentary box, but we like Ayoshi.
Yeah, we kind of like Kawasaki's as well. Add some colour to the predominant blue and red that we tend to see in this category.
There's the green of the Kawasaki in a strictly neutral way, of course. Chandrawan leading the way, behind him Daniel Sharmi, Uma Racing Yamaha leading the way.
So at the front, still at the front, is Chandra Hermawan. Daniel Sharmi, unfazed by the company he's in. Fadil Mushavi making the most of his opportunity to lead into turn 14. Got 2 laps to go after this.
I'm just looking once again at bike number 93 for Fadila Arbi. And that instance where he was involved, it looked in many ways, Barry, like he actually might have cut off his engine accidentally. You know when he was leaning over to the right-hand side? He may have just caught that because the contact was on the left-hand side.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Maybe a kill switch issue, who knows? We will find out. A rare problem for Astra Honda and for Fadila Arbi, who's such a classy rider.
Out to the points today though, but helped by a 5-bike crash later on. Further down, well, there is 39, there is Kritipat. Kritipat is in P20, he's out of the points as well. He was in second place, he's got Liu Gangguan.
And Long Nanzert for company. You can see just bits hanging off his bike there. Back to front, that's his...
That incident at turn 2 that we were talking about, where those 5 riders were involved, very worryingly. Glad to say all riders have been reported okay. So turn 4 it was, all riders okay. It was a very worrying crash because you had 1 or 2 riders being run over. But everybody is back, and I think back all up on the bikes as well.
Yeah, that's very, very good news. And in the late stages of the race, Galang Hendra has moved himself up into P3. Izam Iqbal staying solid in that P4, shaking off the knock that he took yesterday.
This is fascinating. Is he working his way right? What kind of a drag can you get? Completely different line from the 2 groups of riders. One in the shade of the grandstand, and then he pulls out. That's Chandra, who's been leading the way for quite some time, but Izam Iqbal makes a move on the inside now, and Izam knows this circuit so well. Takes a nice tight line. We're coming into the final lap. Daniel Sharmi leads from Chandra.
Chandra went wide, but he got good drive out of that corner.
That's a rehearsal for the last lap, I feel, Barry.
Yeah, I think so too. Izam came through really well. You could see him thinking tactically, and he's going to slot in behind Daniel Sharmi as they go into turn 1 for the last time. Izam looking ready to pull the pin. Galang at the front, trying to stay clear of the young crazies behind him. That's interpreting what he said, not my opinion.
Yes, yeah.
Not my opinion at all, but Izam Iqbal hits the front. This is after lurking in P4 for several laps. He's making a move now.
I'm not surprised, it looks like he's timing this one right. Izam Iqbal. Chandra is the man who's chasing him. Behind them, Daniel Sharmi, he'll also have local knowledge as well.
Crucial for the championship this for Izam Iqbal.
Victor Racing, well, they've enjoyed a good season so far, the privateer racing team. But has he gone too early? The powerful Kawasaki is also there as well from Aiki Yoshi. Well, on the Kawasaki Sniper Mantec team.
Ooh, and as you mention it, Aiki Yoshi has a look. Ooh, and out of the seat for Izam. That will have cost him a little bit.
It's also on the drive up the hill as well. He moves from P1 to P3 and has to take evasive action. It's Aoshi who's got himself into the lead, but Izam Iqbal is fighting back once again. Chao Vietnam also in that leading group of 8, but Aoshi on the Kawasaki, will he have the power?
Oh, Fadil Mushabi trying to make a move as well.
It's the long ride for home down these 2 back straights. Aoshi on the Kawasaki green, he's been overtaken, but now he'll have a little bit of slipstream. Chandra Herwaman is there. Izam Iqbal tries to get the right line. Izam takes it tight. Aoshi takes it even tighter. The Kawasaki, what kind of a drive do we get out? The Kawasaki has just been pushed out by Chandra. It is a race to the line, and Chandra, bike number 88, photo finish, but Chandra from Fadil Mushabi, Izam Iqbal, Galang Hendra, Aoshi pushed down to 5, Barry Russell.
Maiden win for Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Chandra. And they're in P2 with Fadil Musyavi. And vital for the championship is that third place for Izam Iqbal. Photo finish will be reviewed by race control, unsurprisingly.
Fadila Arbi comes through, win 15th. He will pick up a point, and you never know. That could have a major impact because Kritipat has finished but out of the points. And Murabel Bitoni has finished but out of the points. So we have the same leader, but a new P2 in Izam Akmal. Galang Hendra picking up 13 points for his second best result of the season. And he's not too far off the lead as well. But photo finish, because the differential was 0.158 of a second between P1 and 2, but between P2 and 3, well, we're talking thousands of seconds.
Once again, thousands of seconds separate our front finishers in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Best two Honda finishers in 7th and 8th. That's Hu Tri and Chao Vietnam. So, proud moment too for fans in Vietnam. Galang Hendra just missing out on the podium there by less than 1/10 of a second. Let's take another look at this nail-biting run for the line. Daniel Sharmi went really wide, but Chandra Hermawan, he swung so hard to the right, bouncing up and down on that bike. He knew he got it. And slow-mo, let's take a look.
Well, P2 is the target. Oof, that is so close. Daniel Sharmi having to be content with P6. But Izam Iqbal, I think, has got it.
Yeah, and they're the two Vietnamese Hondas just crossing the line in unison. Not a whole lot.
5,000th again.
5,000th of a second separating them. Yeah, absolutely.
But there's your winner, Chandra Hermawan. A relatively distant 0.158 clear of the field. And for Chandra, that's an excellent result. It's a first win of the season. It's a first win on the ARRC for Chandra. For the Yamaha Racing Indonesia team, that's a good day so far. Doesn't quite bring them into championship reckoning, but brings them close enough to think they might be able to secure a top 3 berth. And in all honesty, he was in the lead for huge parts of this race after the incident that took out 5 of his rivals.
Yeah, and he qualified second. It's been a really good day for Chandra Hermawan, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And it's a Yamaha lockout for the podium. Yamaha 1, 2, 3, 4. And Izam Iqbal will be thankful for that after the knock that he took yesterday.
So as you say, Yamaha Racing, Chandra Hermawan takes the first victory on ARRC for him. 0.158 clear of Izam Iqbal, who gets it from Musyavi. Just, what's that, 4,000ths. Galang Hendra, P4. Aoshi led coming into the final straight. Didn't have the power, didn't have the drive out in P5 for him. But a good result for Aoshi. His best result of the season. Yes, it is indeed. Ahead of Daniel Sharmi in P6. And the Battle of Vietnam. Hoi Troi just getting the better of Chao Vietnam by, again, 5,000th of a second. Seems to be a popular distance. Abdullah Qayyim Al Razak for Cardinals Racing. That's very creditable. Jazil Jaraimi, best result of the season for the Singaporean for Team ACR. Great encouragement for the Singapore racers. Gao Jiang also for Team 1 for all the Chinese with his best performance of the season. Al Diaz in P12. Ton Ampul for Extremo Yuzi Asia team in 13. And Mohammed Fadli in 14. 15th was Fadila Arbi. Could be a crucial point. Just keeping Kevin Quintal out of the points. Murabel Vitoni, 17th after the crash, couldn't recover. Irfan Ardiansa, not a great day for the SCK Honda racer today. Kritipat out of the points after that crash on turn 4. Further down, Takamoto was involved in that crash as well. Early casualties were Alfred Sablaya Johan Reeves, Emmanuel Nerf and Heikel never got off the grid. Okay, I think we can get instant reaction from Daniel Bogas.
Fadil, it's a brilliant podium for you and the team, both bikes on the podium, and what a race that was. But the podium was a long time coming. You've been quick all weekend. Tell us about your weekend so far.
Ya, yang pertama saya ingin mengucapkan syukur alhamdulillah, terima kasih kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan juga terima kasih kepada Yamaha Racing Indonesia, kepada Kak Doni, kepada Ko Robert, semua yang telah membantu saya dan terutama kepada kedua orang tua saya.
So essentially what he just said was a big thank you to the team, to everyone who was supporting him and to his family at home. Big congratulations on the fantastic P3. And in P2, from Victor Racing, we have Izam Ikmal. Izam, yesterday it was a big crash for you in practice and then we thought you'd be riding in pain, but today, what a race that was. A bit of fortune with the crashes that we saw, but ultimately you rode a brilliant race. How painful was this one for you?
First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who support me, even sponsor, Bulan dan Bintang. So thanks to the team, make a great bike. And I want to say thank you to my friends, Real, Tam, and all means. And the last one, I want to wish happy birthday to my mother-in-law. Happy birthday, Ibu. Semoga dimurahkan rezeki selalu. So, first of all, really incredible fight. In the beginning, I was gap for the front group, so I cashed back, and many riders want to stop the pace, but yeah, I can manage about that, and I have a little bit loose in the RPM cut because now I only use 3,000. So. Yeah, for the fight in the last 2 laps is very hard because my bike is not easy to turn. The turn 14, if you see, I always gap until the last corner, and yeah, no, I was shocked first. Aiki coming, you know, Kawasaki is not easy to come, but now it's coming. And yeah, great fight with Aiki and incredible fight. Last corner, I don't see Chandra overtake me on the last corner. I was like, okay, this second place is good for me for the overall championship because in the beginning crash the overall and the fight for the title, and this is my chance. So I hope tomorrow I can give more than today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Izam. Fantastic race. And winner this time for race 2 in Sepang, we have Chandra Hermawan from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. So Chandra, it was quite the battle between the top group. It was such an entertaining fight. Ultimately, you were you strategized that last lap very well in the last turn. Tell us about this race because it was such a good result for you and the team.
Thank you Yamaha Racing Indonesia and my mechanic and my boss and family. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chandra. Congratulations.
Well, Chandra, lost for words. Highlights of the AP 250cc. Fadila Arbi started in 10th on the grid. Championship leader. It would be an eventful race for him, but not through any problems of crashing. Just potentially a mistake by him in cutting off his own kill switch just there, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he's really got a problem there. Pulls off to the outside, nothing he can do about it. That was Fadil Alghasani going off, unfortunately, for T.Y. Antares. Brief moment in the lead there for Izam Ikmal. He stayed in P4 for much of this race, but did really well. And by the way, on that opening lap, remember, Arbi came from P10 to P1.
He did. He was riding very, very well. That makes his mistake so much more frustrating for him. Then a really nasty incident. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders down. Glad to say everybody okay after that, but it will have an impact on the overall championship standings.
Yeah, that was Takamoto who started that chain reaction.
Isam Iqbal, meantime, bike 124. He looked to take full advantage if he possibly could. And he was in a good position coming into the final lap. He talked us through that final lap in his post-race interview. We'll get him in the commentary box at some stage soon. But Aoki Aoshi, he was the guy on the Kawasaki who we thought might be able to break away, Barry, but was just caught on the final corner.
Yeah, we wondered if that Kawasaki power on that final straight might count, but it didn't. It all came down to this. Aoki Aoshi in a good position here. He doesn't get a good drive out.
Just a little slide as he came into the final turn, and then Chandra Herman was able to go on and take his victory. Isam Iqbal was awarded second place, Barry. You called that before me. So Chandra takes the victory, but Isam, a very important 20 points for P2.
Yeah, an extra 4 points from what we thought he was as they crossed the line. So very important for the championship. We'll be looking at that in a moment after our podium.
Fadil Musyabi comes through.
Podium debutant, that's really good to see for Fadil Musyabi. Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
He's had indeed, he only joined the circuit on in Motegi. He's ridden well as Musyabi without getting the results perhaps. Isam Iqbal, 5th time on the podium. There's your first time winner, Chandra Herman, and Indonesia Raya to celebrate for him and his team. Chandra enjoying Indonesia Raya. It's always a great thrill for any athlete to hear their national anthem. Awards for today being handed out by Stan Yasuhiro, the FIM Asia Deputy President. Third place, a very good place for Fadil Musyabi. Rider of immense promise, Fadil.
Oh, he has, yeah. Yeah, great to have him in the championship now.
And Isam for the privateers.
Yeah, Victor Racing again on the podium in this category.
Happy birthday to his mother-in-law as well. That's good put in internal politics.
Clever lad.
And your race winner, Chandra, who was lost for words, genuinely lost for words, said his thanks, but that big, broad smile tells you that I can ride a bike. I don't need to be good at words when I can ride a bike that well.
Absolutely right.
Second podium of the season, third podium of the season, first win. And the team award to Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And the Yamaha's got it right around this particular circuit at Sepang. Those long straights seem to help them. So confirmation, Yamaha Racing Indonesia with the team award. Fadil Musyabi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P3. Victor Racing Isam Iqbal in P2. Chandra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P1. And the championship looks very, very different now. Fadila Arbi still has the lead, but the Astra Honda man's lead has been cut to 22 points for Isam. Still 38 points clear of Kritipat, who was part of that 5-man crash. Murabel Vitoni also involved in that crash, is on 102 points. Galang Hendra moves a little bit closer. He picked up 4th today, moves on to 89. Chandra moves up into P6 in the overall standings on 84. Daniel Sharmi is racing well for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia. He's on 70 points. Irfan Ardiansha, not the best day on the track for the SCK Honda racing driver, but he's still in P8. And we move our attention next on to the big boys, the beasts. We've got the 1000cc coming up in one race time, but coming up right after the break, we move on to the Super Sport 600cc, and that is a championship also that is there for the taking. Do join us after a very short break from Sepang. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
It's lovely to have you with us here at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. The breeze is, well, it's there, but the rain that threatened to come earlier on looks like it's not going to appear. Fluffy clouds, beautiful day, steaming hot down by the trackside. There's Corkill alongside Barry Russell here at Sepang. And we're watching the Super Sport 600cc, where earlier on today there was qualification, and Barry Russell will talk us through the best of qualifying.
Yeah, this was a very interesting 30-minute session for the Super Sport 600s. We saw first riders out and running together was Jakrapat and Tanat. For a couple of reasons, this didn't turn out to be overly successful. Tanat there, a very workmanlike performance all the way through practice yesterday, and putting the work in once again today, but it wasn't going to work out for him by the end of it. He wouldn't complete it, but this was interesting from Kazma. He set a really quick time early on race tyres, right? So pre-putting the qualification tyres on, and he sat at the top for a long time, and even after a couple of riders went out on qualifying tyres, he remained in 3rd place. Wayuna Groho, he went down at turn 1, long slow motion kind of slide, and this was the end of Tanat's campaign, as halfway through turn 1 the front just tucked and down he went on qualifiers, so he wouldn't be able to put his qualifiers to good use. Helmi Asman, who by this time had scored 3rd quickest time, had a bizarre crash. We believe it was oil on the rear tyre going into turn 2. It looked horrible and he was in some pain there, but he is okay. Worried faces there. This was a horrible angle for that crash. Bike just landed on his left arm, but he would bounce back. Made of rubber. Sharifuddin Asman, he had a pretty decent day at the office and came through, made the most of his qualifying tyres. Doesn't always do that, but he set for a little while the fastest time. Then Kazma Daniel came out at the very last knockings. He took provisional pole on his first lap on qualifying tyres, and the last time around he went round even faster and he recorded a 209.195 in the end.
Looked in really good form, did Kazma Daniel, and 1 or 2 bizarre accidents earlier on. That one in particularly for Helmi Asman, and glad to say that he is recovered. That was him coming through the gloom and the heat haze, so very, very happy that he's okay, back and fighting. This is the circuit. Once we get up to the 600 cc's, that long straight, which is a problem for the lower power bikes, it becomes a real opportunity for the big beasts.
It certainly does. Yep, and very little power differential or speed differential between the Hondas, but we're ready to go to Daniel, who's down on the grid.
Down in the grid for the Super Sport 600, the conditions are very much similar. It is hot, sunny Sepang. Not what the forecast predicted, but we're happy to see it. Now let's have a chat with Poleman, the man making the headlines this weekend. Kazma Daniel is just taking a photo with the fan real quick. We'll allow that to happen just for a second, and now I shall interrupt. So Kazma, as you put on your nose strip, I want to ask, you're starting from pole at home. It's been a brilliant weekend for you. How are you feeling for this race? What's the strategy?
For me, my strategy just only try to be safe, and the track condition also quite hot. And if we see the race, if I can manage or I can try to pull away, I just try to pull away. But I just try to constant on my lap time. I just try to always consistent to my lap time, and we will see for the race. And I just want to finish the race and try to be on top.
We talked about track conditions earlier. Did you change the setup, or are you just maintaining it the bike as yesterday?
We just last setup is last qualifying. Qualifying is last setup for us, and then we don't make anything more or less. And right now we just continue with the last setup.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck. And now I'm gonna swing over to the other side, and we're gonna have a quick conversation with Helmi Asman, who had a horrifying crash earlier. So we look at Helmi now, and he looks fit and he looks okay. But let's have a quick word with him. Helmi, just now it was a horrific crash for you, and we were all very concerned. First off, we want to ask how you're feeling and what happened.
Yeah, firstly I feel good for the qualification, and the crash, I don't know why, because I just suddenly go to from free lane and just no fast, still just try to relax, and then suddenly crash. So yeah, it's difficult situation for me right now because I'm also a big crash in the morning. So my left hand still in the pain condition. So I decide to still want to race and try to focus for this race.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head over to the second row, where we're going to talk with championship leader Adinanta Putra from Astra Honda Racing Team, who qualified in a decent position, but the most important thing for Adinanta is always the race pace. So Adinanta, qualifying this time, not too bad. You're starting from the second row in P4. How do you feel for your race pace? Because it looks good, but we know that right now we have Kazma and Damak, who have been pretty quick around Sepang.
Yeah, this condition was very hot. Yeah, the track temperature also very high. Yeah, also another rider was quite strong, but I have confidence and I will try to maintain myself consistent lap by lap, and then I try to calm and then follow the front rider of me, and yeah, I want to try my best. I hope I can be on the podium.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, it does look hot down there. Good series of interviews. Very good to hear that Helmi is feeling fit enough to ride again, but it must be playing on his mind.
Yeah, and he does hurt. So, but the thing is, he was fit enough to get on his bike. Great qualifying. I think the best qualifying we've seen from Sharifuddin Azman on the number 63 Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia machine.
Good day for Idemitsu Honda actually today.
Yeah, indeed.
Khalid Mpawi in P4 in qualification. It is available on Facebook for those who want to tune in around the world. Barry and Daniel do a sterling job in bringing us all of the action on the Friday and the Saturday and the Sunday, the warm-ups ahead of tomorrow. It's not just the broadcast. You can tune into Facebook Live and get updates on Instagram from the hard-working media team. But it all comes down to the races. That's what the points are all for. You can do the best qualification, but it counts for nothing if you don't produce it into points. Fairozi Torkatila stepping up. He's got himself in P7, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. I want to talk about Kazma Daniel. He looked in such great form, both on qualifying tyres and on race tyres, and he timed his final lap superbly. This looks like it could be a big weekend.
That shows confidence. He left it so late. He banked a really good time on race tyres, so he'd have been on the first or second row anyway. But to come out right at last knockings, he just had time to do 3 flying laps. And he made it count, he made it stick.
And he's still within touching distance of the championship. Muhammad Adanantaputra leads by 28 points from Anupab Samoon, who's surprisingly off the pace, but Kazma's just 1 point down. This could be a huge weekend for the Malaysian.
It could be. It's interesting how he's really understating his chances. He wants to stay safe, finish on the podium.
That was the impressive thing, wasn't it?
But he's going away to Anupab's home
Correct.
ground next
Correct.
time.
Correct.
This is a very, very important weekend for Kazma Daniel. Make no mistake about it.
Home advantage can be so important, so Kazma needs to make the most of that home advantage. We'll also keep an eye out for Helmi Azman to make sure that mentally he's okay, that he's not been disrupted by that. A rather strange accident it was, because he didn't seem to do anything wrong. Kazma Daniel is on pole for Hongyong Yamaha Racing. Alongside him, Sharifuddin Azman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Helmi Azman, his teammate, alongside him on the front row.
Adanantaputra, championship leader. We often see him start on row 2, and so it is again. He starts 4th. Next to him, Karel Idampawi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, and Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Wahyu Nugroho.
Last time out, Nugroho won as 4 non-finishers. Fairozi Torkatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P7, bike 36. Anupab Samoon slightly off the pace. He's second in the championship standing, but starts from the 3rd row. Herjan Atna Ferdaus. Well, we know Astra Honda will be competitive, but Herjan starts from P9.
Yeah, 3 Hondas on row 4, led by Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda. Honda Racing Thailand's Tanat Leongpliao and Jakrapat Pudisan join him.
Rocco Sessler on the Yamaha for Team One for All. The German starting unlucky for some P13. McKinley Cal Paz, Hongyong Yamaha hasn't quite got the setup right so far this weekend. Cha Jun Tong from Victor Racing, bike number 22, is in P15.
And I do believe that Kitsadar Tanachot is not here this weekend. Actually, we haven't seen him in practice or qualifying.
He was in the list of riders who were expected to be here. Warm-up lap in steamy hot conditions at Sepang. We're right in very close to the airport. For those of you who don't know Malaysia, we're about 50 kilometers south of Kuala Lumpur, the capital city, and the airport is based here. An awful lot of farming area and oil Palm area. And this international racetrack, which, as you say, is over 25 years of age, but is still one which the racers who come here, they love it. They see the challenges, they see the undulations, they see the long straights and the hairpins, and particularly with the big bikes.
Well, by the end of this race, Adinata Putra will still be leading the championship. He has a 28-point lead as it stands now. In qualification, he did what he normally does. He focused on race setup. And while he was another rider who very much understated his chances on the grid, he is a ferocious racer once the lights go out.
Aerial shot of the home straight. All the riders look like they're in play. Everybody looking good. Late into the line was Helmi Asman. 44 is Karolidin Paui. Okay, everybody settled. Green flag, red flag on. Once the red lights go off, we will be underway. 10 laps of the Sepang International Circuit. A strong start over on the far side from Kazma Daniel. He was fast in qualification, he's fast off the line, and he's got himself a nice lead. But Adinata Putra not too shabby off the line either, and Adinata goes through in P2, Barry Russell.
That was a good start from Adinata Putra. Now he needs to get onto the tail of Kazma Daniel, because Kazma potentially has the pace to pull away. Let's see what happens if Adinata gets a lot of hassle from behind. He's got Shirafudin Asman just behind him.
Well, Kazma has powered off. He was very, very quick off the line. Also saying Helmi Asman off to a nice safe start. That's good. We'll worry about the welfare of Helmi for a couple of laps and then realise that he's got his riding hat back on and is back in the groove.
Yeah, currently in P5, Helmi.
But Kazma's got off to an absolute flyer. Adinata Putra is under pressure. Behind him, Wayu Nugroho.
Yeah, good start from Wayu Nugroho as well. I'm not entirely surprised. His qualification position was a little back further than we would have expected because he had a crash in qualifying.
Sharafuddin Asman eases his way up into P2. Nicely done. Again, Sharafuddin, we're looking forward to seeing the best of him and Karolidin Paui. We know both have got great international experience. Home track, they'll be looking to make an impression, and indeed Sharafuddin's got ahead of Adinata Putra. The pressure is on the championship leader.
It is. And Sharafuddin Asman showing really good form this season. But at the front there, Kazma Daniel, by the time they cross the line, he's going to have a lead of getting on for a second.
Sharafuddin put in a very strong sector 3, that's why he's in P2. Adinata is in danger of dropping down a place as well, because he's gone a wide outside line and has actually just been taken on the inside. But Kazma Daniel has P1, Sharafuddin Asman 2. The lead, as you suggested, is going to be quite significant. 7/10 of a second, 1.2 seconds clear of Adinata Putra. Nugroho in P4, now in P3 ahead of Adinata. Well, Adinata's under threat from all kinds of directions by Russell.
Yeah, real battle going on there with his countryman, his Yamaha mounted countryman. Wayu Nugroho picks up the front wheel as they flip over to the right for turn 4. Helmi Asman holding on well.
So far so good for Kazma Daniel. So far so difficult for Adinata Putra, though he has picked back into P3. Behind them, Anupab Sarmoon, bike number 500, Barry, not made an impression yet. 3 seconds off the pace in P7.
Yeah, he hasn't shown good pace all this weekend, but we remember back to when we were here in May, he started at the back of the grid in P12.
Yes.
And came through to the podium, P3 on both occasions.
Certainly did.
But I don't think his pace is good enough this weekend. He's going to call me a liar now, or prove me a liar.
Good to see Helmi Asman has shaken off that nasty incident earlier on today. He's happily tucked in P5. It's only Sharafuddin who's really gone on with the pace. This is the battle for P3 at the moment. Atalanta Putra leading that, but under pressure from Nugroho and Helmi Asman, who just has a little glimpse on the inside, edges into P4 ahead of Nugroho.
Yeah, I think we can stop worrying about Helmi Asman's condition now, Des. He's made of strong stuff. Strong and rubbery, I would say.
That was some bounce that he had earlier on. Coming through at the end of lap number 2. There is Helmi, bike number 32. Our drone shot gives us a unique angle of the different lines that are taken into that hairpin. Asma leads.
Yeah, so many of the riders that come here for the first time comment on the width of this Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Advantage Adananta for the time being for Astra Honda in that battle for P3.
Anupam Sarmoon's begun to make a move. He's got himself up into P6. There he is, just coming around the corner behind this battle for 3. There he was in the red helmet just at the back of that group. Asma still leading the way, 8/10 clear of Sharafuddin Asman, 2.7 clear of that battle for P3. And there is Anupam. And behind him, Tanat Longpyo.
Tanat does go well here. He didn't go well in qualifying. He crashed, as we saw. But he's got Ferozi Torakatula for company. Ferozi finished second in the AP250 class, earned his promotion to the 600s.
Asma unable to shake off Sharafuddin. 2:10.3 is his best race time, 2:09.195, which was 3.3 of a second quicker than Sharafuddin in P2.
And while we were thinking about that, Helmi Asman moved himself into P3.
Great for confidence, Anupam in P6, beyond him. Tanat Longplow is there. Caroline Powys dropped down a little bit. Adananta. Again, as you said earlier on, he's got a 28-point lead. There's 100 points up for grabs. That's a nice position to be in, unless there's a really big weekend from somebody like Kazma Daniel. But even then, you'd imagine that Adananta would have enough to go into Buriram for the final 2 races of the season with the lead.
We've just seen a bit of a reversal in fortune in the AP250 Championship. Leads can be fragile.
They can indeed. They can be one crash away. Helmi retakes P2. Adananta does the switchback. He's not meant to know this track as well as Helmi. It looked like he knew it intimately there, Adananta. Or maybe he's just a very good racer.
He is a very good racer, and I think his track knowledge is pretty good.
Nugroho will have a thought that Anupam Sarmoon is closing in on him behind this little group of 3. Feature continue to focus on this battle for P3.
Yeah, as we were watching, Des, Sharafuddin Asman has halved the lead of Kazma Daniel. It's now
2 have gone off. Oh, well, that was weird. So got that completely wrong. Is that Anupam?
Can't see from this angle.
89, why Nugroho? Gosh, he just got that completely wrong.
So let's take another look at that there. We're just following Helmi and just sliding off at very high speed there. Nugroho. He slid off at turn 1 this morning in similar style.
Well, I thought it was 2 blue bikes that went off. It was a blue racing suit and a blue bike.
Well, good that it was only 1, but look, Sharafuddin Asman right on the back of Kazma Daniel now. That lead is down to very little.
Well, for Sharafuddin, this is his best performance.
His teammate Helmi doing a sterling job behind. That battle with Adananta.
This is what we expected from Sharafuddin Asman. in all honesty. He hasn't had podium so far this year. Very excited to get a big name, big international name back on the ARRC. Hasn't really been able to deliver machinery. Perhaps he's not been quite up to scratch, but now he certainly is. And this is the Damok that we know.
Yeah, just looking at the pensive faces in the Hongyong Yamaha pit and the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia pit. This is really good work from Shirafudin Azman. Kazma has looked like he's going to run away this weekend. So good yesterday, so good in qualifying.
Helmi back up to P3, but Adelanta is right there. Adelanta will be looking for double-digit points, of course, just to help him on his way to nudge him towards the finishing line. This is a really good battle born in Malaysia. It's Malaysia 1, 2, 3 indeed. Yamaha leading the Honda, which you always like to see, a battle of the manufacturers, and then behind them a couple more Hondas and another Yamaha.
Yeah, we've often seen Kazma under pressure at the front, and he doesn't crack. He rides very well under this kind of pressure. And I'm very impressed with the character being shown here by Helmi Azman.
Sharafuddin thinks as we approach the halfway mark, Sharafuddin thinks of making a move. Anupab obviously now is up into P5 after Wayanagroho comes off, and Anupab has, without any histrionics, has closed that gap onto the front, well, onto P3 and 4. In the meantime, Sharafuddin and Helmi, no, Sharafuddin and Kazma.
Just a little bit out of shape there, Kazma. I wonder if he lost drive. Not really. So the gap remains constant at 2/10 between Kazma, Nikhil Daniel, Kazmayuddin and Sharifuddin Azman.
These two are 4.5 seconds clear of the rest. Khalid Mpawi comes through. Rocco Sessler comes through in P13. He's 13 seconds down. Reza Danica, Jack Rifat and Rocco in a little battle there, but this is fascinating stuff for P1. Kazma still has the fastest time. Adelanta now back into P2 ahead of Helmi. And behind them, Fairozi has edged his way into the lead in that third group.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering now if Khalid Mpawi can lead Tanat and Fairozi up towards the battle in front of them. We've got almost 5 laps remaining.
36 Fairozi. Kazma's been leading from the very, very first corner, but he's now under pressure from the man who was right behind him, and this is a good battle as well. Need more cameras, please.
Yeah, and Anupab right on the back of that battle. We know what a fighter he is. So Anupab now officially a podium contender.
And he'll need to get in front of Adelanta. He trails by 28 points. You want any kind of dent into that lead they've got, particularly when we know Buriram is coming up. And Anupab and Buriram are synonymous with Anupab victories at Buriram.
Yeah, this is home race, home advantage for Kazma. There he is, pink 27 on the front of that Hongyong Yamaha R6. Sharifuddin Azman not letting him get away. Running at identical pace, those two. Anupab has a look up the inside of Helmi Azman.
Yeah, he's getting closer, isn't he? Helmi can't close the gap on Adelanta, who holds nicely onto P3. Well, it's a procession. There haven't been many overtakes, spectacular overtakes, which is very unlike Supersport 600, but you're feeling that this is building up into something fascinating into the final couple of laps.
Yeah, battle behind. It's a little bit strung out there, but it's going to get stronger as we get closer to the final laps.
Who's looked after their tyres the best as well?
Tanner and Ferozi. Hurjan trying to hang on. Winner last time out in Mandalika, Hurjan Atner.
To be fair, that was a peculiar race, but Hurjan was the man who kept his mind when everybody else was falling off their bikes. 5 non-finishers at the second race in Mandalika. Spectacular stuff. Sad to say no injuries.
Yeah, you just wonder when the battle is going to break between these three. Yeah,
Carden Powie leading that next little group, bike number 44. It's building, you can sense it. Look over the shoulder there from Adelante. There's Anupab. I think Anupab's the one he's most concerned about. His Helmy's 6th in the championship standings. And Anupab at 500, it has ominously 0-0 is like eyes boring down on the rider in front of him.
and we know how much he loves the fight. He loves to come back against adversity, so he's looking for another Supersport 600 podium at Sepang. He wants to make it 3 this year.
On the start-finish line once again, it's still the same order. It's still Kazma, still 2 tenths clear of Sharafuddin. Now, whether Sharafuddin can't make a move, we've yet to see, but Kazma has led right the way through. And as you said earlier on, Barry, and we've seen many times this season and over the seasons, he's actually relatively quite comfortable leading.
He is, yeah, and under this kind of pressure as well. Shows a lot about the character. He can be difficult to read, Kazma. Sometimes happy-go-lucky, sometimes overly conservative.
Absolutely. Which Kazma is there today. Adanantaputra, to his credit, he's just beginning to pull out a lead. It looks like oh, and Adanantaputra goes down.
Oh.
The championship leader drops out from P3 and the title changes, Barry Russell.
Well, he had a DNF in Mandalika. He doesn't need another one now.
Desperately trying to get started, trying to get some kind of points here. But Adananta drops down, and what a bonus that is for Anupab. And also Sharafuddin Azman is the new race leader.
So pressure paying off. Pressure from Anupab.
Now is he going to pull away from Kazma?
So this is what we want to know. Was Kazma holding him up?
A huge moment in the championship. This 4 races to go, 3 after this. There is the championship points. Kazma, as it is, closes in just a little bit onto Adanantaputra.
So here's the move, here's the overtake. Yeah, so Sharafuddin Azman going up the inside. Now we'll take another look at the incident. And saw the exit of Adanantaputra. Solid job there from Sharafuddin Azman.
He's into P1 with 2 laps to go. Yeah, we're okay. Behind them, Helmi Azman is the new man in P3, and P4 is Anupab Sarmoon. Right.
This is a good opportunity for Anupab to make up points.
And for Kazma, but Kazma's out of shape once again there. And Sharafuddin.
Yeah, perhaps the tyres just going off in the heat. Anupab really needs to make a push now.
Tanat 5, Kip 6. Persian Atna on Astra Honda Racing in P7, Fairozi in 8. More and more sliding coming on these wheels. He's quite right, the tyre wear might be significant.
Yep, and this is advantage for Sharafuddin Azman. Managing that, the tyres on that Honda really well. I think in the Hong Kong Yamaha pit they know that the tyres have gone off for their man, but now, as we just looked to the battle behind, I think it's going to be really crucial who completes the podium. Will it be Helmi Asman, the courageous Helmi Asman, or will it be championship chaser Anupam?
Sharafuddin is pulling away from Kazma. Kazma has lost a little bit of power, and Sharafuddin Asman in many ways was just holding. Then he made his pass, and since then he's not really been under any threat, and that's a quite significant lead, unless Kazma's got something really powerful left in this last lap and a quarter.
The grip's gone, I think, for Kazma Daniel. Sharafuddin Asman on the Honda is managing that better. Helmi has still got a reasonable gap on Anupam for P3. It's going to be crucial if Anupam possibly can close the gap on Helmi and deny him a podium.
On to the final lap though. Sharafuddin Asman leads from Kazma Daniel. I can tell you Adnan Tupuja is back up on his bike, will secure some points. That means for Kazma Daniel, he needs to maximise this opportunity.
Yeah, he's pushing hard, he's trying to attack again. Kazma, it might be too late. Sharafuddin Asman, we're going to see how good he is under pressure now. Anupam, a couple of tenths. Helmi gets out of shape. Going through into turn 4 there. Yeah, Anupam closing right up on Helmi Asman.
Has Kazma got anything left? There is the Anupam Helmi battle, and behind them the Tanat is involved with Herjanat now, who's got ahead of Karol Dampawi. That's the battle for 5, 6, 7. The real battle as we look at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Also moving in there is Fairozi Torkatula. But our focus is going to have to go back up to the front, and it does, and Kazma's not been able to make an impression, Barry.
Yeah, he tried, he threw everything at it, but he just doesn't have the grip now, I think. And this is really good work from Damok, from Sharafuddin Asman.
Well, his times have been pretty consistent, mid 2:11s, and Kazma has just been worn down by that consistency of Sharafuddin Asman, and yes, he's got a healthy lead as they come round turn 14. Kazma a 2:12, yeah, quite right, 8 laps, 8 and 9. The tyres have gone, the grip has gone, under pressure, and Sharafuddin Asman, Barry Russell, is going to come home for his first win of the season.
Yep, and heroic Helmi Asman looked very much like he's going to finish on the podium. He started from P3. Looks like he's going to finish in P3.
A little look around the corner for the Idemitsu Honda man. Sharafuddin Asman takes maximum 25 points. He's ahead of Kazma Daniel Kazmuddin for Hong Leong Yamaha in P2. Anupam has picked it for P3. Huge for the title race. Huge.
Well, you had Sharafuddin Asman, who's not in the championship chase, getting the big points, taking the 25. 20 points for Kazma, who started 29 points behind the championship leader. So this isn't such bad news for Adananta as you might think in terms of the championship, but it's very good news for Anupam.
Well, Helmi bravely tried to hold on but couldn't. Herjanatna came through for a good number of points in P5. But congratulations to Sharafuddin. I have been waiting for him to really come good, and there's been flickers that he would do, but he was able to manage his tyres better, manage the race better than Kazma. Took his opportunity and really never looked like losing once he took the lead, Barry.
Yeah, that's the best we saw. Sharafuddin Asman in AP250s, near the front but not really doing what we thought he might. Now, as we get into the final third of the ARRC season, he is looking good, and we've seen what he's capable of, because the form of Kazma Daniel this weekend has been phenomenal, but he couldn't hold it for the whole race. Once again, for the third time this season, Anupam takes a P3 at Sepang. really important one. And massive props to Helmi Asman. He'll be disappointed to have missed out on the podium, but he's taken 13 points for finishing 4th. Oh.
Sharafuddin Asman timed that beautifully. Idemitsu Honda Racing in great form today. The victory by 1.6 seconds in the end over Kazma Daniel for Hongleong Yamaha. He'll be happy with 20 points. It keeps him right in championship standings. Moves him actually to 2nd place overall. Anupab Samu is in 3rd and was 3rd here for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, just edging out Helmi Asman for Idemitsu Honda. Herjan Atna for Astra Honda Racing. Well, some consolation, they'll pick up points, but they would have liked a bit more points. Tanat Longplow for Honda Racing Thailand in 6th, Karidon Pawi, Idemitsu Honda in P7, nearly 11 seconds down. Vairosi in 8th. Rocco Sessler, Team One for All, 21 seconds down in P9, but just gets the better of McKinley Kalpaz. Jack Grifat into P11. Let's have a look at how Anupab got the better of Helmi Asman on that final corner, Barry.
Yeah, Helmi going a little bit wide. Anupab choosing the inside line. Helmi's trying to cut back inside, but he couldn't make it. Anupab held that to the line. I was surprised going into that final turn. I thought Helmi had it.
Indeed, I think we all did, but I think we've all stopped making predictions on ARRC over the years, Barry.
Yeah, a bit silly, but yeah, great admiration for Helmi Asman after that horrific crash landing, literally, that he had this morning, to come back and finish 4th.
But for his teammate, a very, very different emotion, complete elation. This is where I belong, and it is. This is where Damak belongs, in the winner's circle. Really nicely done. He just seemed to bide his time. We made the comment that Kazma Daniel doesn't mind leading, but perhaps he was wearing his tyres out just a little bit too much.
It's good pressure all the way through from Sharafuddin Asman. Really, really great race. Mature, he didn't get impatient. Took the chance when he did and won by 1.6 seconds. Phenomenal.
And coming through into the Park Ferme, Anupab Samu. Gosh, that's a boost for him. That's a bonus for him.
Yeah, an indifferent weekend so far, up until this point for Anupab. But he did something important. He finished on the podium and picked up valuable points on a bad day for the championship leader.
Well, can see Daniel down in the Park Ferme there, trying to get the interviews, and he's got Sharafuddin Asman. And let's go and get reaction from the winner.
Sharafuddin Asman, it was a fantastic race managed by you. Somehow you still had a little bit more edge grip, but on the last lap at turn 14, that was a massive slide. Tell us, what was the plan and how did you manage your tires so well till the end?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all the teams that worked really hard for this weekend. So we know that in the hot condition, we have a little bit more pace. But yeah, from the beginning, I try to follow Kazma because I know he have more advantage, the pace from the beginning. At the end, I saw Kazma a little bit struggle with the rear. So this is my time to attack. Yeah, I'm enjoy a lot the race, and thank you so much. Thank you all the supporter and my wife also supporting me in the house. So if not, she was here. So I'm happy. So yeah, everyone please follow new page.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Bit of personal PR there, but the best kind of PR is to win races, and that's exactly what Sharafuddin Asman did. And here's how he did it. Karoli Dampawi, part of the Idemitsu Honda Racing Team, but there is the man who will go on and take the victory. Anupab Samu, second in the overall championship standings coming into this weekend. Adnan Tapucha, 21, is the championship leader. And we thought that he might struggle today, Barry, and struggle he did.
Yeah, it looked like the best he could hope for was going to be a P3, but he had a real battle on his hands from Helmi.
Sliding out in spectacular fashion was behind a Groho.
Yeah, that was a very high-speed crash, but he's okay. And here is Helmi doing a phenomenal job mid-race.
The battle between Sharafudin and Kazma, as we just heard. Kazma was leading the way, had more pace. Behind them, Adananta was looking nicely nailed on for some double-digit points to really keep control of the championship standings, and it didn't quite work out that way for the overall championship leader.
Yeah, and by this stage, Anupab had got himself into the mix, and that was the exit of our championship leader, Adananta Putra. Bad day for him. He had a DNF in his home race at Mandalika too.
And there was how the leader exchanged. Sharafudin Azman going on the inside. Kazma tries to fight back. Sharafudin blocks him off and then is able to go away and win by a relatively comfortable margin, 1.7 seconds. And Kazma, I think at this stage, has already said, okay, let's pick up the 20 points. He talked conservatively in the pre-race conversation. Maybe he actually meant it for once.
I think he did mean it, and he would have been helped by the misfortune that befell Adananta Putra. But this was an absolutely magnificent win. At one stage he was 8/10 behind Kazma Daniel. He finished 1.6 seconds in front.
Great result for Sharafudin and an excellent bonus P3 for Anupab Sarmoon,
Racing team, Anupab Sarmoon,
who gets introduced onto the podium by the MC at Sepang.
in second place.
Gives a little bow to his supporters, because that's a bonus. That's a bonus 3 points.
Yep, he needed that. Starting from row 3.
Kazma, thumbs up. Not quite convinced by the honesty of that punch there from Kazma.
This was Damok's day, I think. And I think Kazma Daniel realised that late in the race.
Idemitsu Honda, team manager, as we await the Malaysia national anthem, Negaraku. Top quality rider. We haven't seen the best of him since he came back into the RRC, but we saw the best of him today, Sharafudin Azman. Prizes being presented in the Supersport 600cc by Mr. Yasuhide Hirai, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia. Saad and Bahad and Idemitsu have been long supporters of the Asia Road Racing Championship, which is reached 150 rounds. We haven't quite reached 300 races yet because we had a couple of postponements. 300 is the next landmark in terms of races. But there is a landmark for Sharafudin Azman, his first victory in 3 seasons. An in focus shot, and Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Deputy President, to hand out the team award. And Zul from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia happily accepts another one for his mantelpiece. These teams must have huge mantelpieces at home, Barry.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I'd like to see one. It must be something you need an architect to design for you.
Anupam Samu, Yamaha Thailand in 3. Kazma Daniel, Hongleong, Yamaha in 2. For your winner, Idemitsu Honda in P1. It doesn't bring him into championship standings, but what it does do, it brings Adnan Putra just a little bit closer to everybody else. Kazma Daniel and Anupam Samu are going to be just that little bit closer, 12 and 15 points respectively. Adnan still leads the way. He picked up 3 points today. They could be crucial in such a tight race. Kazma on 124, Anupam 121. Wainagro, who went out in spectacular fashion today, he's on 95. Helmi Asman missed a chance to leapfrog him with that last corner overtake against him. McKinley Kalpaz, the second Hongleong Yamaha racer, is on 90 points. Sharafuddin Asman moves on to 77, ahead of Erjan Atna, who is on 76. Our focus moves on to the Superbikes, the 1000cc coming up next. We have got a championship to chase there as well. And again, local racers will be confident of making full advantage of this Sepang International Circuit. Don't go too far away. The Superbikes are next at the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu.
Gorgeous weather greets us at Sepang International Circuit, just a little bit to the south of Kuala Lumpur. It is round 5 of 6 of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we move on to the Superbikes, the big boys, the 1000cc. But there's already 1 or 2 stories emerging for myself and Barry Russell to tell you about. Barry was involved in commentary in qualifying earlier on today with Daniel Bogas, and Barry will talk us through the qualification.
Yeah, so the qualification, there's too many stories. Let's start with the number 88, Ryo Mizuno. He had a horrible crash yesterday, coming in as a wild card for JDT on the Panigale. Surprised to see him come out for qualifying, but he pulled in again, so he's preserving himself, so we didn't see too much of him. This is a really good session for Azroy Hakim Anwar and for Zakwan Zaidi, who's been really resurgent this weekend here at Sepang. Andy Farid is recovering from injury, didn't have such a good time of it, and as the camera uncannily focused in on that front wheel as he was braking for turn 1, sure enough it folded. Kito Abe has been entertaining us all weekend, and that continued through qualifying. He pushed hard as Hafiz Sharin just seemed to have the edge all the way through. This rider as well, Nakarina Tirat Bubapat, always in the mix, always pushing, so aggressive. But Sharifuddin Azman, he had the better of the rest yesterday. And as it would turn out, he just had the better of everybody else today. There he is, you can see the green flash on the tyres, indicating that he's on sticky qualifying rubber. And as he went through with 7 minutes to go, there was a response coming from this rider, from Zakwan Zaidi, who's just been a fraction short of Hafiz all weekend, but ahead of pretty much everybody else. And Kito Abe at the end had a real try to come through. He did well enough to put himself on the front row, but Hafiz will start from pole ahead of Zakwan and Kito.
So a good day for Hafiz Sharin. He's got himself on pole position. Zakwan back in a little bit of form, but so many stories to tell you about. And Ryo Mizuno will not be on the starting grid, as you suggested, that the injury after the fall from yesterday, just too much pain.
Disappointing not to see him, but we wouldn't want a rider to put himself at risk. There is a shot of this fantastic Sepang International Circuit. 15 turns, 10 right, 11 left. We've got elevation changes, everything here at Sepang. That's why it's one of the world's best and most renowned test tracks, apart from being a fantastic motor racing circuit.
We've also got 2 other non-starters for technical reasons. BMW's Apiwat Wong Tananom, the A1 Energy BMW racing team, and Aslan Shah Khan Razaman, who's in really good nick. They are not starting, Barry. What can you tell us about this?
Well, we don't know too much. What we do believe is that they've been waiting for some electronic parts to come through, and they haven't come through in time, unfortunately. So we're very sorry not to see them on the grid, especially given the resurgence of Aslan Shah, who took that fantastic win in race 2 at Mandalika. Anyway, it is what it is. We hope to see them next time.
Indeed. Those who are on the track, next time, by the way, is tomorrow. Those who are on the track are Kito Abe, who is the championship leader. He leads by 11 points. We're just getting confirmation Mizuno is not out on the circuit. I was thinking I saw a flash of red and blue. I mean, the whole point of getting him involved, Mizuno, was to maybe offer a little bit of support to Hafiz Sharin as he tries to take a big stride in the overall championship standing.
Yeah, and just another bit of news here is that Chiu Zhou, who had a crash in qualifying, he's not starting either. So actually 4 non-starters, sadly, for this afternoon's race 1. Hopefully we'll see most of them, if not all of them, back tomorrow.
Lachlan Epis also had 1 or 2 comings away from the tarmac this morning.
Yeah, he's been fast though, but yeah, in qualifying he had a tumble. So he'll be starting a little further down the order than we would have expected. He starts in P8. Let's go to Daniel, who is down on the grid.
So a bit of cloud cover just as we're about to start this interview, but don't be fooled, there's just one small cloud on top. It's going to continue being hot here at the Sepang International Circuit. So let's have a word with the man starting from P3, who's by my side in the shade, Kito Abe. Kito, so it was a good qualifying session, all things considered, front row, but the pace is very high this weekend. How are you feeling for this race? What's the tactic with the heat?
Sorry?
Well, what's the tactic with the heat that we have today?
The target? I think this race too high temperature, same like FP2. Yeah, so I try to control the tire, but I think difficult tire management, and I changed the mind. I try to control the bike moving. So, and I want to keep the average lap time, and finally, I want to get the win. Yes.
So we saw just now in the Super Sport 600, Kasma tried to push early, but at the end, no more grip. So are you going to push early or are you just going to follow first?
I think four of us, because Malaysian riders so know this condition and this track so very well. I try to follow, and then after I try to passing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kito. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head to P2 on the grid, Zakwan Zaidi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. And the sun is right back out. Oh, actually first we're going to spin over to Hafiz, who's also taking some shade right across Quito. So, Hafiz, it was a brilliant qualifying lap from you, 204.7 if I remember correctly. And the conditions now, super, super hot. How you feel about these conditions?
Compared to yesterday, it's even more hot today. And also yesterday FP3 was in 5 o'clock. And then today was in 1 hour more early. And we have to take care of the tire especially. And the rest we will see how it goes. And yeah, I believe in my team. And of course I will do my best for my home race. And yeah, I hope we have a good fight, and we will see and try to, if I can pull away from beginning, I go. If I have to fight, I have to plan how to head tag, which corner and which lap. So at the end it's a normal strategy, nothing much, and yeah, we will see later.
So we talk about setup in qualifying. You guys experimented. Is there any last minute change that you guys made with the temperatures rising?
Yeah, we changed something in our bike, especially the setup is different than yesterday in the beginning of the qualifying, and also very strange. Normally race weekend don't have any track using, but we have something in the night, was a car running in the night, so we feel that different, the rubber, you know. So I hope in the future we don't have any event or in any track, because normally it's a professional weekend, and we should have a good, we have to take care of our track, because if something happened to the track day in the track last night, some oil we didn't know. So that's it's a risk for rider, not only me but everyone. So I hope the track have to think about this responsibility.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for this race. And now we're gonna finally head our way to P2 on the grid. As we were nicely in the shade, now we're back in the heat at the Petronas Sabang International Circuit. And I'm gonna try and swing over to the other side, so we're gonna get a little word with Zakwan. Zakwan, it was a really good qualifying for you, just slightly bested by Hafiz Sharian, but you're looking faster this season than at any point. So how's this week looking for you?
Yeah, I'm looking great today, and I know the circuit is quite difficult circuit. Actually, I always struggle in the circuit, but this time I able to do, and yeah, I able to do it in the front row, and we will see in the race. I hope that I want to try to win this race.
We know you've been busy coaching, and Barry and I were saying that maybe you as a coach, it's helping you as a rider. Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, of course. I think it's helped me a lot, because I was trained the young talent rider, and we train together, and yeah, I have a benefit there, and I'm very happy. We'll be coaching again for sure.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much. Fascinating insights there. Zakwan very, very positive about today. Everybody else worried about the tyres and the tyre wear and the heat. Maybe going in with a little bit of negativity, whereas Zakwan could not be more positive if he tried.
Totally positive, Zakwan. He's got the look of a rider that just knows this is going to be a good day for him. Let's not jinx him. There is Azroy, also going very well with a cold bottle of water shoved down the back of his leathers.
Had a couple of wins, back-to-back wins here at Sepang. That was a great weekend for him in May. Oh, he'd love to repeat that. He's in P4. time of 2:05.9, which is more than a second off the pace. Andy Faraday's the heart, of course, will always be a threat on the Astra Honda. Andy Farad is in P8 in the overall championship standings. Picked up his first podium of the season at the last race in Mandalika, so maybe is coming into a little bit of form at last.
Yeah, hopefully recovering from injury. He's taken a couple of knocks this weekend, but seems okay. Nakarina Tirapuvapat, we know what a warrior this rider is.
He's 6th here, but he's 3rd in the overall standings, only 12 points off the lead. It's a 4-way battle for the title. So, although we've lost too many riders to be comfortable, there's still a real intrigue on what's going to go on up at the top. This is Cameron Dunker, who's got his best position of the season in P7.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's earned himself, by dint of his performances, a new engine on that machine. There's Lachlan Epis. As we were saying earlier, he had an off in qualifying, so not going quite as well as he could, but he was 3rd quickest on combined times yesterday.
Bushman Beard is coming on as well. Alongside him is Joe Francis, the Brit, who's still recovering from broken legs and still trying to get his form back, but good to see the Lancashire lad involved.
But he is going well. He's been improving all the way through this weekend.
2:07 his time, so 2.5 seconds off the fastest lap times.
And Mikey Watanuki, this time out for Team Tatara Aprilia. Last time it was Akito Haga. But again, among the other new riders here at Sepang, he's been getting progressively quicker and quicker. And this is Declan Carberry, another Australian rider coming in for Savitar team, Savitar Racing Asia rather, alongside Lachlan Epis, young rider. Again, learning what he can, gaining in the experience. So, as we can see from that fantastic shot, grid clearing now ahead of the warm-up lap.
Tyre information, so important. The riders were thinking about it, and we've just been handed by Dunlop the compounds that are going to be used by the respective riders. And Barry, anything strike you as significant there?
Not too much. Everybody is using the mediums. There's been a lot of experimentation yesterday, different combinations, people even using soft rears, but nearly everybody going on the mediums. Notably, Zakwan going with a hard front medium rear, as is Lachlan Epis and Joe Francis. Everybody else on mediums.
Championship up for grabs here. Kito Abe leads by 11 points from Hafiz, by 12 points from Chip Nakarim, by 14 points from Zakwan Zadi. Even Ajroy Hakim Anwar, 26 points adrift, has a chance. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing on the Ducati on P1. The confident Zakwan Zaidi for Idemitsu Honda on P2. Kito Abe, SDG Hark Pro Honda for Japan on P3.
Double winner here back in May. Azroy Hakim Anwar starts 4th next to him. The returning from injury, Andy Farid Izdiha. Nakarina Tirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand next to him.
He'll be looking for a good weekend. Cameron Duncan from Motogo Yamaha Racing is in P7, the young Aussie. Lachlan Epis, Savitar Racing alongside him in the BMW. Joe Francis for Victor Racing, also alongside him. He's on the Yamaha.
And just 2 riders on row 4, that is Maiko Watanuki and Declan Carberry, the Australian. Afiwat and Aslan not starting, as we said, and neither is Tioyu Joe.
It's a shame for the BMWs, but never mind. We worry about those who are on the circuit. And a fascinating battle. Abe, Hafiz Sharin, Chip Nakarin, Zakwan Zaidi, Azroy Hakim. 5 in with a genuine chance of the title. Azroy Hakim, a little bit of an outsider, but back-to-back wins here in May. If he can repeat that, he catapults himself back into the equation. In the meantime, and the 8DG Hark Pro and in the JDT camps, nervy-looking pit crews.
Yeah, although we talked about how well Hafiz Sharin's been going this weekend, they have on the other side of the garage all kinds of problems with Rio Mizuno.
Now let's hope Mizuno might be fit enough to race tomorrow. Yep. A big crash on Friday. Tried to say that he was okay today, but no, he clearly looked in pain.
Yeah, he was in hospital most of yesterday, so from a human point of view, I'm glad that he's taking the break, and I hope our JDT friends will bring him back for Buriram.
Indeed.
This championship is definitely going to go down to the wire.
Oh, absolutely. Got 2 more races to come in Buriram, another race to come here tomorrow. So this is race 9 of 12 of the season. We started in Buriram, we moved on to Malaysia, Sepang, then on to Motegi, then Mandalika for a fabulous weekend on Lombok Island. Back here at Sepang before we'll finish once again in Buriram. These are the 2 venues that have seen the bulk of racers in the 150 rounds. This is round number 150 of the Asia Road Racing Championship that started back in 1996. Mobile phones had hardly come into reckoning then. Internet.
I had one back then, it was about the size of a house brick.
The bricks, weren't they? Yes. Internet was, well, we still had to do things pen and paper wise. But bike racing, the competitiveness remains, but you still have mechanical problems, as the A1 team will testify. Hafiz makes a late arrival onto the start grid.
Yeah, Lachlan Hafiz gets to his spot.
So a smaller field than we would have liked, but a competitive field with championships up for grabs. Red lights are on. And we are away. Hafiz again off to a powerful start, as is Arbe on the inside line behind them. Also making an excellent start was Azroy Hakim Anwar. Indeed, it is the bike number 20 who looks on the inside, but Hafiz holds on. And Hafiz Sharin has got off to the start he wanted, Barry.
Good start from Hafiz, and a good recovery from Chip Nakarin, who poured the air with his front wheel off the starting line, dragging himself back into P4. But we've got Hondas chasing the Ducati, the lone Ducati in this field at the front. Hafiz, who's been so strong this weekend.
You feel if he is going to really make his mark, if in the second season on the Ducati they're going to take the title, this is the weekend he's got to really hammer it down.
Yeah, riders to watch here, well, all of them, but Azroy, double winner last time. Zakwan Zaidi already threatening for that P2. He wants to make sure Hafiz Sharin doesn't get away. He's the only other rider here that's really had the pace of Hafiz Sharin.
Well, there was a little move. This is turn 3. Ooh, that's a recovery.
Wow.
That is a recovery.
Andy Farid, he had a crash this morning and he avoided one that time. That was a spectacular recovery. And the other rider of note to watch here is in P4 currently, and that is championship leader Kito Abe, and he's got Nakarin all over the back of him.
Abe, who's only won one race this season, that was in Motegi, but he's been a regular visitor to the podium, 2 P2s and 2 P3s. He's accumulated points rather than do them spectacularly. Hafiz has had a couple of spectacular did-not finishes. Firstly in Motegi, secondly in Mandalika, both went well placed.
Yeah, Mandalika was a nasty one. He's recovered well for it, and he's stretching a lead as we get to the end of lap 1. It's almost half a second there for the Malaysian star. A couple of other Malaysian stars right behind him in the shape of Azroy and Zakwan.
And Abe in 4th. So it's Ducati, Honda, and Chip Nakarin in P5 on the Honda as well. Lachlan Epis is dueling with Cameron Dunker. Another Antipodean battle on the shores of Malaysia.
Yeah, Andy Farid 8th, despite that actually coming off his bike and then getting back on again, basically, was what he did, incredibly.
Using the tarmac as a lever. The Aprilia of Watanuki is down in P9. Victor Racing's Joe Francis in 10. Declan Carberry on the BMW for Savitar Racing Asia in 11. Hafiz, so often we see Hafiz get off to powerful starts. And then sometimes it's just the sheer power of this Ducati. Sometimes it catches him.
Yeah, Kito Abe good at managing his tyres. Despite that riding style, when he does slide a lot. Makarin is another rider who tends to wear his tyres out during a race. He's just off the back of that front four.
But it's a long enough race for those at the front to have to worry about the tyres, to worry that, hey, if tyre degradation comes in, I'm under jeopardy. So you can't really push it too much. There's a big slide there from Hafiz. He is a mover around the bike, Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, he's looking more comfortable with that bike moving around these days. The gap back to Azroy remains constant.
Abe fast through at 2:06 dead, fastest lap out on the circuit so far. 2:06.1 for Hafiz Sharin. But he's got the lead. And he's got Azroy Hakim and Zakwan Zaidi. It's all Malaysia in the front three.
Everybody looking comfortable in the first four. Makarin's got his work cut out. He's dropping back. Probably riding in rather a lonely fifth.
The hard compound of Zakwan Zaidi might be an interesting one to keep an eye on. He's on his front tyre to see if he can avoid the wear and tear, and he's under pressure from Abe at the moment. Abe started off on third place on the grid.
Yeah, that hard front's going to give him stability on the brakes. That could prove crucial later in the race.
Not really focused on Azroy Hakim. That double win that he had here in Sepang will have given him immense confidence. It hadn't really followed through to the rest of the season, though he has had a podium at Motegi, but 2 DNFs since then. But he got off so quickly and so well, it can only give you immense confidence.
Yeah, he's a real top quality rider.
Oh, Abe.
Oh, having a look up the inside of the confident Zakwan. Zakwan going back on the inside as they get onto the back straight.
Abe can maybe see Hafiz Sharin is just trying to open up a lead here, wants to react. But Zakwan Zaidi is maybe going to try and take the inside line. They both slide, they judiciously avoid any contact. And Zakwan retakes P3. That dueling will not be good for the tyres.
No, it won't, and they know that. Very experienced riders here. Kito, of course, also competing in the Japan Superbike Series. That's a firm but fair move up the inside of Zakwan Zaidi.
So they know that. They know dueling will really hurt the tyres, so they carry on dueling, Barry. Don't make sense of that.
Oh, Cam Dunker's down on the Moto Go Yamaha. Unfortunate for the 17-year-old Aussie.
Trying desperately to get back starting. Dunker is down. He had a very good P7 on the grid.
And also going really well in the ASBK series back home in Australia. Recently got himself a couple of podiums. And they've got some really good boys at the top of that championship.
Chip Makarin still trying to get close to the front four. Hafiz looks like he might be able to escape the attention of those behind him, and then suddenly you'll find Azroy finds his way up, and Abe isn't a million miles away.
Yeah, this is an intriguing one, isn't it? You know Kito Abe, you know his competitiveness and that sense of mischief that he carries with him into racing.
And he did say to Daniel he'll follow, That's his strategy. He'll follow to see what the locals do, what those like Hafiz and Zakwan and Azri Hakim, they know the circuit, so he'll follow as much as he can and then hold on to those tyres and make a difference in the last 3 or 4 laps. That's the plan.
Keto Abe, very different from the happy-go-lucky Supersport race that we saw a few seasons ago. Very much more thoughtful now, and I'm sure we should credit SDG with that. Very clever, strategically clever team. So much success in so many categories over the years.
As we have a look at Zakwan Zadi in P4, Makarin Terapuvapat is losing touch with that little group of 4. That big group of 4, that big powerful group of 4. There is Abe, SDG Hardcore. Dare not let Hafiz get too far away.
Up the hill they go. Azroy also looking comfortable. Not threatening, but not losing any ground either.
He just posted his fastest lap of the race so far, 2:06.426. In the championship standings, well, this definitely is going right the way down to the line. Azroy Hakim elevates him right back into the championship standings if he can pick up 20 points here.
Let's see, there might be more in it for him. Kito's bike moving around, as it often does, but he just powers through. Every time the bike gets out of shape, he just keeps on the gas and ignores it.
Love to see him on the Ducati, which has that little bit of extra oomph. Controlling a Ducati is a little bit different. As we've seen, Hafiz has had 1 or 2 scary moments. Not today. Looks in control today.
Yeah, if you want to go racing, then the easiest bike to ride or to buy is the Honda, because it's fast. As soon as you get it out of the crate, it's fast. You have to do a lot more work, personalise, customise the Ducati.
That personalised, customised Ducati is leading the way with 7 laps to go, just approaching halfway. It's been pretty impressive so far from Hafiz Sharin, but he hasn't been able to really get rid of the tail of Azroy Hakim or Abe or Zakwan. Neither really getting close enough to cause him any problems yet, but you wonder whether or not they're just keeping him within range. Everybody just looking after their tyres in these early stages.
Yeah, very hot track temperatures. We haven't had, I don't think we had a reading. Oh, track temperature 52 degrees at the start of the race. So that's hot.
Declan Carberry has just gone through. He's the last of the racers. He's 49 seconds down. So that.
Yeah, Cam Dunga out.
There's an outside chance that Carberry might be on the receiving end of being lapped. Outside chance. Oh, a major problem.
That is Azroy.
Azroy Hakim Anwar, no double for him.
So he's going to remount. He knows in this small field there are points in it for him, but that has given Hafiz Sharin at the front a nice little break, because it's a long way back to Kito Abe.
Not convinced Azroy will be able to get that one up and running once again.
He's checking the bike over carefully. Here he goes. He just loses the front, just literally falls off it. The bike goes into the gravel. Disappointing. The rider's okay. He will, well, I'm guessing he's going to get back on and pick up some points. If he possibly can, he will. But this means a big lead for Hafiz Sharin at the front. No pressure for him.
But a boost for Abe, because he will be elevated from 16 up to 20 points if at the end, as Azroy is back up on the bike. Oh, she got up there quickly.
Yeah, good work. So back up ahead of Declan.
Carberry is still the last of the 11 on the track. 3 non-starters, the 3 BMWs, all non-starters. Yu Joe, Apiwata, Aslan Shah, Kamrazaman. Hafiz on the Ducati.
No problems for him. He's got 2.7 seconds over Kito Abe. Kito started with a lead. That won't be closed up by too much if he stays second.
Zakwan will benefit as well. He'll move on to 16 points. But it's all looking good for Hafiz at the moment, but very, very early days.
I did expect, I have to say, Zakwan to be threatening Hafiz during this, based on his form over this weekend so far. I always think Kito is going to be in the mix because he's such a good racer, so determined, so aggressive. That's a big lead.
Zakwan is closing in on Kito Abe.
So it's 0.6 of a second right now. We'll measure it shortly as they go over the line.
Huge lead. It was 2.5 seconds from Abe at the end of the previous lap. Further down, we look at Chip Nakarin, who's under pressure himself from Andy Farid Izdahar. Andy Farid recovered from that early scary moment. And the Indonesian tries to get close to the tie.
Teammates last year, these two, for Asia Dream Racing with Showa. They ran as that multinational team for 2 seasons and split off into Astra Honda Racing Thailand. And
well, this is a huge lead now. Abe has to worry about what's going on behind him rather than what's ahead of him. Focus on maximising his points. Similarly for Nakarim, they're 2nd and 3rd in the standings. Nakarim, a reminder that he's got Buriram still to come.
Oh,
Kito Abe is down.
Oh, another championship blown wide open in one move. We've seen that so many times this afternoon. SDG look on. But that...
Well, for JDT, it is all good news. No smiles there, but all good news. Their rivals are dropping. Well, they're taking themselves out of the equation.
Yeah, Kito's not hurt. But another championship blown wide open.
Certainly is.
See the theme of the day, Des.
Well, I'm not sure if it's blown wide open. It's an opportunity to actually take real control for Hafiz. Fastest in qualification. And now with Azroy Hakim and Abe both crashing out, it is a lot of tarmac that Hafiz has between himself and Zakwan Zaidi.
Kito had 11 points on Hafiz at the start. So that's going to flip right around.
Now Abe is out. Hafiz has been given that news. And that means he can maybe just come off the gas a little bit, maybe control things a little bit more.
Well, he doesn't want to take any risks, but equally it's difficult to ride slowly, so he just needs to keep a comfortable pace. Still lapping in just around on the 2:06 mark, still faster than anyone else. He's got 4.7 seconds on Zakwan. Way back, another 8 seconds back to Zakwan. Sorry, another behind Zakwan, another 8 seconds back to Andy Farid Izdahar, who is having a battle, just getting the better of Nakarin in their fight for P4. Well, Fanefis still on board. He's 18 seconds down on the leader, but currently in 5th.
Well, Hafiz, if it finishes like this, will have an 8-point lead. He will be the new championship leader. The lead in the championship has flipped and flopped throughout this season. Hafiz will love the opportunity to stake his claim here. Not quite his home turf, that's the southern state of Johor, but here in Selangor, he'd love to make a statement for Johor and Malaysia. Andy Farid is now right on the heels. Well,
yeah, he's actually got off the heels.
Indeed, that's how I was trying to...
and then onto the toes.
That's what I was trying to manipulate, yes.
Oh, Nakarin.
Andy Farid has got the heels on backwards.
Yeah, and you'd have to say, looking at form, that the late race pace of Andy Farid Izdihar would make you favour the Indonesian over the Thai in this case. It's good to see him back on the podium, but my goodness, the normal contenders have been dropping like flies here.
Interesting, Hafiz Sharin's last lap at 2:07.5, which was half a second down on what he has been lapping. In the meantime, let's just keep an eye on this battle for P3, because Chip Nakarin wants to maximise points if he possibly can.
Yeah, Zakwan matching the pace, but almost 5 seconds adrift.
Nakarin, well, he's not making any kind of headway on Andy Farid Izdihar for Astra Honda Racing.
Honestly, I don't think he will. We know Nakarin uses his tyres from his aggressive style. And we also know that Andy Farid is good at managing his tyres through the race. So is this rider. Zakwan's pace is the same pretty much as Hafiz Sharin. Oh, and another rider down. That is Zakwan. Oh no, it's Andy Farid.
Andy Farid. Andy Farid Izdihar is down.
Oh, second crash of the day for Andy Farid Izdihar. He takes himself off the podium. Let's see what happened. It's another front end, I think. Yep. Oh, another front end. It trips over the curb and just goes through the tumbler. That's going to need a bit of buffing up, that bike, but Andy Farid out. Hopefully not too battered and bruised as he comes back from injury.
And I think caution will be the byword for Zakwan and Hafiz in these remaining 2 laps and a bit.
Yeah, track conditions clearly causing problems here.
There's none of them been racing incidents, it's all been a case of the front end going or back end slipping away.
Yeah, that's it, basically unforced, but no such errors, touch wood, yet for Hafiz Sharin on the JDT Ducati.
Zakwan has dug into the lead. Definitely is dropping off the pace. Zakwan made 6/10 up on that last lap. And Hafiz, I think, is just trying to make sure he preserves this win. But there you can see Zakwan slowly but surely edging back in. Will surely run out of time unless something catastrophic happens to Hafiz Sharin Abdullah from JDT Racing on the Ducati.
Well, we know anything can happen, as Hafiz showed us in race 2.
We've seen anything can happen.
Yeah.
Nervy times out there. He will have seen all the accidents or the incidents going on, or he'll be aware of them.
Azroy, who crashed, now in 8th place.
That's a comeback. Is Andy Farid going to? I don't think Andy Farid's going to get back up.
No, absolutely not. That bike was a total mess.
But there's Zakwan. Zakwan's timing fairly consistent in your mid 207s, your low 207s. Hafiz is definitely showing the slowing down. I'd like to see that same comparison. I reckon he's going up into the high 207s, and I think Zakwan is closing in. Surely too little, too late.
Yeah, He's taken a second back in the last couple of laps, Zakwan Zaidi, but there's no way that he's got time to get back on terms. I think there's no way that Hafiz would let him.
Correct. The whole straight separates P1 from P3. We saw Chip Nakarin on the far side as Hafiz Sharin Abdullah of JDT Racing comes on to the final lap. Just preserves the lead that he's got, which is 3.5 seconds. Again, he'll happily lose 7/10. He'll happily lose 2 seconds on this lap to Zakwan Zaidi.
The rate of attrition in this race, Des, is more akin to what you'd expect to see in a wet race.
Indeed, indeed. Where is Zakwan? Well, Zakwan, to be fair, was confident beforehand. 20 points is not to be sniffed at. It'll move him into second, ahead of Abe, who crashed out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Zakwan second, but I would have expected him to be closer.
The record books at the end of the week, Barry, and it'll say second.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I know what you mean, though.
That's all that matters. And he is chipping away at that lead on the final lap, but I think if we look at the lap times of Hafiz Sharin, then he's probably easing off a little bit.
Easing off quite considerably. He's into the final third of this 5.5 kilometre circuit at the Sepang International Circuit. He got off to a very quick start. He was into the first corner first. He was fastest in qualification. It is a start to finish victory for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Just eases in. He has eased off the throttle over the last couple of laps because his lead was over 5 seconds. But now he can relax just a little bit. Not even looking over his shoulder because he knows that Zakwan is too far away. And coming through around the final hairpin. A deserved victory for Hafiz and a big moment in the championship, Barry Russell.
Thoroughly well deserved. He hasn't put a foot wrong. As you said, Des, lights to flag from pole position, from being the fastest rider in practice yesterday. A perfect weekend so far for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah and JDT.
Zakwan Zaidi comes through in P2. Just waiting for Chip Nakarin to come through in P3, which he just has done, 16 seconds off the pace. That shows you how commanding the victory was. And the Johor flag is there available. He'll combine that with the Malaysia flag once he gets onto the podium. But it's state pride. And celebrations can start for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah and JDT Racing and a new championship leader, Barry.
Yeah, he started 11 points behind Kito Abe. And now he's hammering in front, Des.
Right, Azroy comes in. Will this be an 8th place for him?
Yeah, this is 8th place after crashing.
It will be.
He will take that in the circumstances. He was looking threatening in second when he went out. He's finished 8th after that crash.
So 8 finishers, of whom he's the last. Cameron Dunker got up to finish as well. So we've had a high attritional rate in this ASB 1000cc, race number 9 of the season.
Absolutely, well, the attrition rate was 4 before the lights went out.
Indeed. And then we had crashing out Abe significantly. Azroy Hakim very significantly. Andy Farid, in terms of the championship, less significant, but nonetheless a crash from a man in a good position. The result, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah slowing down, still won by 3.2 seconds. Chip Nakarin, or Nakarin Atira Puvapat, to give him his proper moniker, for Honda Racing Thailand in P3. Lachlan Epis, best result I think for Lachlan. Yes, it is indeed. A 13-point day for Lachlan for Savitar Racing Asia on the BMW. Maiku Watanuki for Team Tatara on the Aprilia. 11 points for him, ahead of Joe Francis, again for Joe. that'll be a result that helps him. Cameron Dunker finishes nearly a minute down. Azroy Hakim, well, he came home, hobbled home, but 8 points, you never know, could be significant. Declan Carberry, 2 minutes down, just crossed the finish line in front of us for Savitar Racing on the BMW. Andy Farid, no finish. Kito Abe, no finish. Choyu Joe, Apiwat and Aslan Shah didn't even get off the start line on the BMWs. Relatively low-key, but significant in terms of the championship, Barry Russell.
Very much so. That was a race of attrition, if ever there was one, that has changed the complexion of the championship considerably.
It's a third win for Hafiz Sharin. He won in Motegi, he won in Mandalika, he won in Sepang. In each of those two events, he had a DNF in the other race. He will be hoping beyond hope that he changes that run.
Yeah, we haven't really seen great consistency in this class, but this is the rider that is showing the best of it. Hafiz Sharin proudly flying the flag of Johor.
For those who don't know, that's one of the states down to the south, the most southern state, over the causeway from Singapore, wearing Kuala Lumpur, which is towards the middle west of the country. And stepping off, Zakwan Zaidi, who's indeed from this part of the world. Quiet congratulations, tap on the shoulder, not ribald celebrations, is it? But that's a job well done by Zakwan.
Yeah, you have to stay on to finish. Azroy fell in front of him, Kito fell in front of him. He stayed on and he finished second.
6 podiums now, 3 of them P2s. Sharing the love. He does bring the emotion. That Ducati brings the emotion. That team brings the emotion.
Yeah, Ducati is a charismatic brand and it kind of suits JDT. So, Hafiz Sharin, our race victor and new championship leader, comes into pit lane.
And he did it without the help of Ryo Mizuno, who I think was brought in to help him achieve exactly what he has achieved. Mizuno, an absentee due to injury.
Yeah, we might and we hope to see him again. If not tomorrow, then in Buriram.
Let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who's in the chaos of the Parc Ferme, and we will get some reaction from, I believe, the top 3.
Nakarene was quite an interesting race, and a race with a lot of incidences. And we thought we were going to see a battle between you and Andy at the end, but then ultimately it was a mistake over there at turn 7. But how was that race at the end? We saw everyone looking at their tires. How was it feeling?
I think this race, my feeling very difficult about other rider very fast than me, and the temperature track very hot. For me, I prepared to finish the race. But the beginning, I tried to stay with the group, and then I cannot go with them. So I keep my pace and stay with Andy, and then I slower than Andy. Andy was class, and also yeah, it's my plan. I follow my plan. Very good result for me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chip. Congratulations on P3. And in P2, we have from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, Zakwan Zaidi, who towards the end had a little bit of extra pace, but just the gap was just a bit too far for Zakwan to catch. Let's get a word with him. So Zakwan, it was a mixed race at the start. We saw all 4 riders more or less towards we were expecting a battle between the 4, but then Hafiz pulled the gap. Kito went out, Azroy went down, and ultimately you finished in second. But we were expecting that late charge from you, but it didn't happen. Can you tell us about the race?
Yeah, firstly, I just want to thank to the team for all the hard work. I'm happy that everybody helping me a lot. Since that I struggle a lot here in this circuit, and finally that I able to fight with the front group. And I know in the first I tried to stop the Hafiz, but Hafiz has a whole shot. So I've been stuck with Azroy and Abe. And in the first lap I didn't feel that the bike is feeling grip. So I feel that a difficult situation, but I try to manage the tire, and I feel that in the last 3 laps I'm coming with the Hafiz, but it's too far. Yeah, we will try tomorrow. I think we'll be excited to be more better. And yeah, don't forget to scan this to our team. And yeah, we try again tomorrow. Thanks for all the fans.
Thank you so much, Zakon. Congratulations. Good luck for tomorrow's race. And victorious this time round at the Malaysia Sepang International Circuit is Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing Team in race 1 here in round 5, and the new championship leader as well. Hafiz, what a race that was from you. You controlled that race from the very beginning. You were instantly the pace setter, and you managed that gap all the way through. First thing I want to ask you was, what was in your mind when you saw 39 out? And secondly, what was in your mind when you had the last few laps ready? We saw the bike sliding around.
What? It's hard to manage the last 4 laps, especially the rear tire and the front. Many times want to lose. But when I saw the 39 out, I tried to be more calm. I said to myself, enjoy and relax. You can do it. And yeah, I know 4.5 seconds from behind is a Zakwan. So I just keep maintain the 07. I don't have nothing to prove that I want to go more faster. The beginning I show, and it's enough to grab the number 1. And yeah, this for the team. And last but not least, to my family, and also to our boss, Tuan Beli Yang Amat Mulia Tengku Mahkota Ismail. It's a TMJ, and this for you, and to all the fans that come here, and also the marshal in the track, because we race in the really hot condition, 40-41 degrees, in the asphalt 60 to 63 degrees. So without you guys, we are not racing. So thank you to all the marshal and all the sponsors and everyone that involved to our team.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. That was a lovely message as well. Congratulations.
Race number 9 of 12 of the season. 3 BMWs not on the starting grid for various problems, but no problems for the Ducati of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. The JDT racer was starting on pole and got off to a flying start by Russell.
Yeah, he got away really well, and Azroy and Zakwan didn't get in each other's way. Kito Abe, you can see, just pushing and pushing there in V4. Down went Cameron Dunker. He would remount.
But it was the start of some real carnage. A number of riders finding the conditions too difficult, starting with 20 Azroy Hakim Anwar. No double win for Azroy this weekend.
Yeah, that was a shock. You don't expect to see Azroy crash in an unforced error like that here at Sepang especially. Pretty much anywhere, yeah.
We'd see Kito Abe do exactly the same as we focused on Chip Nakarin's battle with Andy Farid Izdaha. Abe, remember, was the championship leader, but he would crash out and pick up no points today.
Yeah, trouble picking up his bike, and the bike wasn't in condition to continue, so that was his race done. That was his championship lead done too, and there off went Andy Farid Izdaha. The bike taking a nasty tumble there, but Andy okay.
Hafiz saw the carnage going on around him and just eased off a little bit over the last 3 laps. That enabled Zakwan Zaidi to get within 3.2 seconds, but this was a powerful performance from the Ducati. They are the new championship leader. They've been leading in the past in this season. This time they will be hoping that this is the lead for good. 3 more races still to go, but the beating heart of Johor is Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. The Johor flag is raised high, and Malaysia has a leader in this championship of these superbikes.
It's quite an achievement as we come to the podium, but legendary rider like Hafiz Sharin. But it's a tall order to come in with a Ducati and a brand new team. So congratulations to those guys.
In third place, from Honda Racing Thailand, from and Nakarin Atira Pumapat.
Nakarin Atira Pumapat will, for Honda Racing Tan, he looked pretty glum in his post-race interview, didn't he?
Yeah, he was nowhere on the pace. You can see he finished 16 seconds behind Hafiz. That's not good enough for him, and he likes racing at Sepang. It's not like the circuit's a difficult one for him.
Zakwan with podium number 6 of the season in 9 races. And then your race winner, Hafiz Shahin Abdullah. He's all smiles now. He was a little bit concerned before the race, a little bit of tension in his voice, but JDT will be the team award winners. And we will have the Malaysian national anthem. In the heat of Sepang, the light rain that might have come never did. Mr. Stan Yashihiro, FIM Asia Deputy President, to hand out the awards to the first 3 from Thailand and 2 from Malaysia. Mention for likes of Lachlan Epis, 4th place overall, best result for him. And Watanuki on the Aprilia as well. Always good to get Aprilia and the different brands involved. P5 for Watanuki, which might please the bosses back home.
Yeah, very much so.
And also to Victor Francis as well. Joe Francis of Victor Racing Team. But the real award goes to Hafiz Shahin Abdullah. A dominant weekend, and he will be hoping to make it a perfect 30-point weekend, 50-point weekend with victory tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect weekend so far for Hafiz Shahin.
Yasuhide Hirai, Managing Director of Idemitsu Malaysia Limited. Sardan Bahad, I should say. Hands out the team award to JDT Racing Team. Just before the standings, Barry, quick thoughts, best moments of today's racing.
Well, this was an extraordinary race of attrition, but we have a new championship leader, Sharifuddin Azman, breaking through in Supersport 600 and AP 250. Another crazy race there. Good race for Izam. Runaway a win for Afif Amran in the Underbones. And Imperious Ono trumped indomitable Ramdan Rosley in the TVS Asia One-Make Championship.
Lots to remember. Gone through in about 20 seconds. Well done, Barry. So Hafiz Shahin Abdullah leads the championship by 8 points from Zakwan Zaidi. 142 to 134. Chip Nakarin not out of it despite his grumpy look today. He's on 132. And Kito Abe, despite crashing out today, he's not out of it. But Hafiz Shahin Abdullah, that's the position you want to be. You're in form, your team is winning. Azroy Hakim, Aslan Shah, non-racer today. Cameron Dunker and Andy Farid Izdahar completing the top 8. And with that, we will say a fond farewell today anyway from Sepang, the FIM Asia Road Racing Champions. Got 3 races to go. We've just reached 3/4 stage. So from the team behind the scenes, the producers, the directors, the TV camera crew, all the marshals who've worked so hard, and the race, of course, from myself, Des Corkill, alongside Barry Russell and Daniel Bogus down on the pit lane. It's been our pleasure bringing you the ARRC. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 o'clock local time.
Engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.